Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Report live stream where in this live stream we are going to cover the State of the Nation address in 2026. Let me just start this off before I introduce who's already in the live stream with me. I want everybody to know right off the bat. One, we've got a camera guy on the ground at Sona. We're showing visuals right now. Hopefully we can get the camera guy to stop a few people, ask them questions if we want to. We'll see how that goes, but we're going to constantly show visuals of the State of the Nation. And when the president eventually starts talking, we'll switch over to a live feed of that, and we will listen to the State of the Nation. Now, throughout the stream, which will be a long one, we're going to have guests popping in and out. Some will stay, some will go. One of the guests that we have today is Stephen ZA, who's a fellow content creator, YouTuber on the social media, speaking a lot of good for South Africa. And we have also Davi Root is with us, but he's right here. Sorry, Davi Root is also joining us for a quick analysis on what he hopes the president will say, but I think he's hoped for that many times and it's never been delivered. But anyway, Stephen, Davi, how are you?
Fantastic, thank you. I'm much better than the country, I can tell you that. Thank you, Joe.
I will just echo what Davi just said there. Although you would have to be sort of on the brink of the ICU to be worse than the country. Yeah. So.
All right, as Stephen and Davi, thank you guys so much for joining me. Let's start off easy. I'm going to start with you, Stephen. What do you hope? I know this is reaching, but let's, for the sake of entertainment, what do you hope the president will say, or what should he say? What do you hope for?
I mean, if you're asking, hope and should are two different things. Because hope, I would like the president to say he's actually read Das Kapital and the Communist Manifesto and realized Karl Marx is a moron. That wasn't actually devising an economic system, but instead trying to philosophically describe humans as a result only of their economic situation and nothing else. That's never going to happen. So what I would like realistically from the president is action, right? The last thing I think South Africa needs at this point is just more promises. I don't want to hear nonsense about the green shoots of our economy, because I can't see it. He keeps going on about this. In his most recent letter, he wrote this whole thing of how the economy is getting better. And I just kept asking, okay, so where's the major job creation? Where's the major foreign investment flowing into the country? I have heard of no new factories opening up anywhere. It doesn't seem like corruption is taking a turn for anything, because he said, yeah, they'll prosecute a bunch of people, but not Minister Mukunu. And it's like, wait, but isn't he the guy that started all of this? Like, when that's the guy that you should be. So yeah, I would like to see some kind of plan. I think it was Davi who said this was right after they released their 10-point plan. I don't know if you guys remember that they had these, and I think it was Davi who said on Biz News, it's not a plan, it's a wish list, because it's just a bunch of headers with no, like, a plan is steps. How do you get there? That was just a bunch of stuff that they're wishing would happen. So yeah, hopefully we get some kind of steps.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. I'm pessimistic for a good reason. I mean, I think I covered the past week 2 promises alone that President Cyril in 2020 at his State of the Nation address in 2020 promised smart cities and a university in Etuquilini, both of which fuck all is there. So, but Davi, your thoughts. What are you hoping for? What do you think Cyril should be saying?
Well, Joe, I can, as an economist, I can go through a lot of numbers, and I can tell you where we were 10 years ago, and give you numbers like, for example, unemployment numbers. I can give you per capita GDP numbers. I can give you growth numbers, population growth numbers. I can give you all those sort of numbers, and all those numbers are pointing in the wrong direction. Something that I've always also watched quite closely is what's been happening at the local, the things that politicians are responsible for. Things like, for example, what's been happening on local authorities, what's been happening on state-owned enterprises, what's been happening to the budget of the Minister of Finance, the fiscal accounts, and stuff like that. And also what's been happening in terms of various policy changes. Policies like expropriation, for example, NHI is a policy, Bella is a policy thing. Those are all policy things, and the effect of that on the South African economy. And let me just interrupt myself for a moment to say, all policy changes are not bad. A policy change recently was the reduction in inflation targets, which is a very good policy change. And we are really getting all sort of benefits because of that. So you ask me what I want the president to say. He's not going to say this, of course, but I want the president to stand up and say, listen, we have messed up. We have messed up big time. We've messed up because we basically destroyed the local authorities, the state-owned enterprises. We've messed up when it comes to macroeconomic policies. We've messed up when it comes to things like, for example, the fiscal accounts. We have messed up. It is our fault that we have unemployment levels where we have it. It is our fault that we have rising levels of poverty. It is our fault that people and kids are dying of hunger in South Africa. We need to change, people. We've been trying all of this for a long time. It didn't work. We got us where we are today. If we keep on doing this, we will get more of the same, and we won't make progress. And tonight, I'm making this announcement that we're going to change. We're going to appoint people based on merit. We're going to make sure all policemen that are corrupt are going to end up in jail. We're going to remove all obstacles in the way of economic growth. We're going to make sure that Eskom does not increase prices by 9%, 8 to 9%, but that Eskom run or functions in a competitive environment, and we are going to make sure that all corrupt politicians are thrown in jail, and we're going to implement the Zona Commission, all of the recommendations of the Zona Commission. That's what I would like the president to say. Will he say that? Certainly not. The president's going to tell us we're off the grey list. It's a good thing, whoop, whoop. The president's going to tell us the economy is going to grow faster this year than last year, which is fine, but it's still very, very low levels of economic growth. The president's going to tell us we still are part of the AGOA agreement, which is true, but I don't know what's going to happen next week. Things can change next week quite rapidly and quite quickly. So those are the things that the president's going to tell us. We're going to create so many jobs, so many this and that and the other, and that's it. That is what is really going to happen. I hope the president, I think he will say something about foot-to-mouth disease, because that's a very nice ball to kick, because that is a DA minister that messed up there. I think he's going to say all sort of things about the international relations, about how South Africa will keep on supporting Iran and keep on supporting some other international countries and that are not very friendly to the Americans, for example. He's probably going to tell Donald Trump that we're a sovereign nation and he has no right to get involved in South Africa's domestic affairs. Those are the kind of things that he's going to say, probably. So a long list of promises, a long list of things that we're going to, and a lot of chest beating and telling us about all the achievements of the ANC, but the reality, of course, is completely different.
I do have a question, Joe. Sorry, I wanted to ask Dawie this because as he was going through the list, Dawie, as an economist, you'd probably be in the best position to answer this. Given the situation of South Africa, let's imagine for 2 seconds, Cyril Ramaphosa literally on his way there hit his head so hard that he suddenly woke up a capitalist. But he woke up, Ayn Rand was his hero, and he's going into parliament and he's going to start talking just sense. And he decides to open up our economy completely. Just absolute for investment, everything. What would be a realistic sort of time frame to get South Africa away from 27 million people living off of the state? And I'm not asking you to make predictions because I know economists, can't predict the future.
Okay. I'll give you a prediction.
Just like a realistic, what would be a good economic growth percentage per year that we could achievably, everything done right, achieve? And then how long do you imagine such a thing could take?
Okay, by the way, there are 30 million people living off the state. You've forgotten about the 2 million civil servants that are mostly
Oh yeah,
overpaid
sorry.
and mostly
Excuse me. Yes.
they are glorified grant recipients. Okay, how long will it take? And we've got a bit of a precedent to that. We've can let me tell you what happened last year. And I did mention that there was a policy change in a form of a reduction in inflation targets. That's a policy change. The Minister of Finance, by the way, didn't want to do that. He was really kicking and screaming. The Reserve Bank really pushed him into reducing the official inflation targets. But see what happened here. Two things happened on the financial markets that I think are worth mentioning. The one is South Africa was eventually taken off the so-called grey list. That's the one thing. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing to be taken off the grey list. We can talk about that. But the more important thing is that eventually we reduced the inflation target to 3%. Now, why did that happen? And the answer is it happened because Lesotho Kganyago ran a very tight ship for very long. He succeeded in getting people's inflation expectations lower. And he just kept on hitting this drum, 3%, 3%, 3%. And eventually, kicking and screaming, the Minister of Finance accepted the 3% inflation target. Now, what happens if the market accepts that you're going to achieve your target? And when actual inflation also starts coming down, then very important things happen. For example, if a foreigner wants to invest in South Africa, there are many risks involved in investing in a country like South Africa. One very important risk, if you put your $100 into South Africa and eventually you want to take your $100 out, then your $100 will be less than $100 because the rand just depreciated during that time. And so you run a currency risk. And a currency risk is elevated when a country has higher inflation. So now we have lower inflation targets and expectations and all of that. And that means South Africa's got lower inflation, suggesting that South Africa's currency will be less volatile. A less volatile currency means less risky to invest in South Africa. Less risky to invest in South Africa means more capital inflows into the country. More capital inflows means a stronger rand, longer long-term bond deals, higher equity prices, and so on and so on. And of course, some of this will spill over into the real economy, and that will contribute to economic growth, by the way. The reason why I mention this is see what happened to the financial markets literally within months. Now, I just want to check if my connection is still fine, because every now and again, things seem to be going a little bit offline here. But see what happened to the financial markets last year. In a matter, not even a full last year, in a matter of last year, how the financial markets reacted. They did brilliantly. They did very, very well. And it was because of one small policy change and some other tailwinds, like the financial markets internationally doing well as well. Now the financial markets are ready for this economy to take off. Now we need to get rid of one or two other things, but let me just interrupt myself for a moment. But we've seen a lot of money flowing into the bonds and the equity markets and things like that, but we haven't seen money going into new factories. In fact, I've just read an article, Tongaat Hewlett is probably going to close down, and a lot of thousands of jobs are going to be lost because of that. You know what happened, for example, Chery took over Nissan. I know there are rumors going around of some of the other motor car companies that will be closed down as well. We know that the Gayton McKenzie is very, very difficult when it comes to issuing mining licenses if you don't do all sort of silly things to give away equity and stuff like that. So if you remove things like, for example, expropriation as an official policy, if you remove, for example, these BE requirements, which are not, by the way, BE requirements, they are only there to enrich a selected few individuals. If you remove the state getting involved in all these sort of things, I promise you, literally within months, this economy is going to start growing. Going to start growing much, much faster, because we've got a president. We've got something to show what happens to the economy, to the financial market. The rand immediately appreciated. The bond market, the equity markets, all of that. And all of a sudden, everybody's talking about strong economic growth, partly because of a reduction in inflation targets. So imagine what's going to happen if you do those other things. I promise you, we don't talk about years. We talk about months, and the economy will start picking up. Of course, we're not going to reduce the unemployment rate within months. There's a leads and lags to these sort of things. But I can promise you that we literally within months, we can get this economy to start really pumping on all 6 cylinders.
That sounds very promising. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to do some housekeeping. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining, we are here. We are going to cover the Sona. We have a camera guy on the ground, camera guy JP. He is on the ground just showing some footage there of what is happening. I have Steven ZA, fellow YouTuber on the show, Dalby Root, economist, and Andre Farrow, part of the Common Sense SA YouTube channel. Andre, we need to see your face, man. What's going on?
I'm trying to hide away. I'm trying to hide away. Let me see. There we go. Technology. How are you doing, guys?
We're doing well, man. We're doing well. It's good to see you. Thanks for popping in.
Yeah, man. Super excited to hear what the president has to say. But I think it's the parrot repeats itself every single time. So no high expectations. Of course, it's always the blaming game. Whose fault it is? It's like a common sense kind of approach. Not high expectations. Really just going to listen and hear what the president has to say. But I think we know the same old. We hope he can surprise us, but the expectation. South Africa, we truly deserve leaders with a common sense, with logic, and with understanding of how the country should run. So we're looking at these millionaires and billionaires.
Open letter on the mining.
Sorry, I just need to interrupt you there for 1 second. I want to put this up quickly.
Rob sold his interest to Patrice many years ago. He has no interest in mining. So I don't listen to people who have no interest in mining.
All right, thank you.
Wow, okay, so
all right,
just
there we have it. Mr. Rob Hersov has no interest in mining, so he has no interest in people who have no interest in mining. Is
thanks,
Montashe's official response to Rob Hersov.
Wow.
It is
thanks, JP.
very
Thank
exciting scenes.
Can I just
We've
say
got
something on
the protest coming down.
Just hold on, guys. Let's let JP just report to us what's going on. JP, go ahead.
Yeah, we've got close the Israel embargo. What is this? It is an anti-Israel protest. It seems they have found their way to the Sona. Very exciting things here. Oh. Okay. It's pandemonium, a lot of excitement. But thank you, Joe. You can take it from here. I really just wanted to check in with Gayton McKenzie's response to Rob Hersov's open letter on mining. If you haven't seen it, check it on BizNews website.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much, JP. We'll check in with you in a moment. There, ladies and gentlemen, there's JP on the ground giving us some footage from Sona live. We just heard Gayton McKenzie. He seemed a bit shocked to even reply. I see Morning Shots also in the chats. Morning Shot, please, if you want to jump on, feel free to. But I'm sure you're probably going to stream the Sona, or I don't know, maybe not. But yeah, okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the interruption. Sorry, Andre, for the interruption there. If you want to, you can continue from where you left off.
Oh no, I think I've said what I wanted to say for the intro of this. But it's amazing to see like South Africa's response, because today I was asking a few of my colleagues, are they excited? And they didn't even know it was going to happen today. And they were just like, we're not interested. They were just like, we're not interested. We know the same old, the same, blame this one, blame that one game. Talk about how much money they need to spend for different sectors in the government. And at the end of the day, it's South Africans. I think South Africans are just truly tired. tired of the same old, going around the mountain with the same results, nothing changing. And we need to, it was awesome for me to just have a moment with people, just chatting about it. And I was like, guys, if we really want this country to change, even though we do not like it, we have to get involved, because it just shows us once again that we cannot depend on these people. We have to change our communities ourselves. We have to pull up our socks, and we're gonna have to get our hands dirty. And so they were like, yeah, that's actually true. So, just from response from South Africa, a few South Africans just like, you know what, I really don't care. It is heartbreaking, but people like we all have here on this live, and so many others as well that has YouTube channels that just wants the best for this country. And so that's what I'm gonna have to say. But I am going to watch and listen what the president has to say, because I truly believe he gives us good content to make, and also just put up the facts and the logic and the common sense. So I'm looking forward to it. I've never looked forward to a president, the president addressing the nation, but to see that I'm in the media atmosphere, I think it's about time that we be real with South Africans, and we tell them what's actually going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, Andre. And you're right. A lot of South Africans actually don't care about what the president's going to say, because a lot of them assume that he's going to say the same thing. And yeah, he probably is. He's going to say, as Dalvi mentioned earlier, all those talking points. There is one thing you forgot, Dalvi, that he's going to mention for sure, 100%. And that's apartheid. At some point in his speech,
Yep.
he's gonna mention apartheid, blame it, that all he always does. So there's actually something I wanted to ask you, Dalby, because I think you would know the answer to this question. We had a question from Jackie Two-Face, who says, will individual ANC sanctions help our economy, or will it affect us more?
Well, I can tell you, there certainly, and we can talk about this, but there are many sticks left that Donald Trump can use to really hurt South Africa. There are plenty of things that he can still do. And tariffs is only one, but there are many other things he can do. But, and I do not think he should do that. And despite the fact that South Africa has positioned ourselves internationally, basically in opposition to the United States, I don't think we should be sanctioned because of that, because it's the people of South Africa that will suffer if there are more sanctions against South Africa. But I do understand that America is quite unhappy about certain things. And if there's anything that I think they should do, then it should certainly be to sanction certain individuals. And what that basically means, that means certain individuals that Donald Trump will decide upon will not be allowed to, for example, do international business. Their bank accounts can potentially be frozen. They won't get visas and stuff like that. So it will make life difficult for them, but it will not make life difficult for the average South African. So am I in favor of that? I guess that's perhaps not a bad way of trying to get to the people that really standing in the way of South Africa becoming a more prosperous place. So you can certainly sanction certain individuals. So I think that it can be done. It has been done. It is being done. And I think that is perhaps the best approach if the Americans want to really sort of punish South Africa. Don't punish all South Africans, punish some individuals that you think are responsible for the state in which the country is. So yes, let's go for it.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, I think it's important for people to understand, like there are consequences. But let me just JP's saying that he wants to get on. Let me just put him on.
Yeah, guys, in typical Truth Report fashion, we are behind the scenes. We report on the news, we are not the news. I'd like to push one out to our viewers if we have a question for Joe, if you could help me out quickly. Maybe we get a poll.
This is Alan Winde. Yeah. If anybody has a question for Alan Winde, we'll try and ask him. These questions come in fast, though, before Alan slips away there. And when any questions come through, I'll let you know, JP.
All right. If any of our panelists have any questions they would like to ask.
Two questions, easy ones. Who's going to be the next leader? And the second one is, are they going to get rid of Steenhuisen with his foot-to-mouth thing?
Okay.
Did you catch that? Okay, good. All right.
I would actually ask him, are they worried about the PA?
Oh, that's a good one too. Are they worried about the PA? Is a good one. Is that Corn Mulder behind him there? Not sure.
No, that's not Mr. Corn Mulder.
Okay. Can you tell?
En dis hoe jy eintlik armoede jy weet opslaan.
Mr. Winde, how's it?
Here we go.
Okay, who's first? This is it.
I'll do it.
Yes. Okay, photo of the evening. What do you want to do? Please go.
Truth report.
One with the phone and one with the
Yeah, I've got News 24 here.
There we go.
They've got some questions. They've got some nice gear.
Oh.
Good, thanks, bro. Good. How's the viewership going at the moment?
With regards to what?
Just your paywall in general.
No comments, I'm not an editor.
Oh, all right. Thank God. Mr. Winde, just a quick one. Who will be the next leader for the DA? Yeah, with Truth Report.
No, we don't know because we have to see who's in the race first and then we have to vote for them. So it's too early to ask that question.
And then Mr. Steenhuisen, what will be happening with him now? Is he going to be leaving the party or is he staying on as DA? Is he still involved in the party? Or what's his position?
He's definitely not leaving the party. I mean,
Ask about the
just
PA.
come from a caucus gathering where he addressed all of us, saying this is the last time that he'll be addressing the caucus as the party leader. But of course, he's got a job to do. He's a cabinet minister, and he will carry on doing that job to the best of his ability. And he's not resigned. He's just not in the race for leader. He's saying let's hand over to a new leader.
Okay, that's fantastic. And then would you tell me what is your take on the DA and the PA's battle for Cape Town?
Yeah, of course, it's very interesting. I watch the world politics where everybody's sort of moving to the right. It's all about nationalism, and that's what's happening here as well. It's about national identities and nationalism, and I think that's very sad. It's what we fought against in South Africa's democracy. And so, I am worried about it. I'm sad about it. It's obviously going to have to move its cycle, and we've seen the PA in its cycle. We've seen the PA in running in the Karoo, running municipalities, and then losing power. So politics and moving to the right or the left is one thing to influence voters, but once you've got a vote, can you deliver? And that's obviously at the end of the day the most important thing about politics. And that's what I'm so proud of in the Western Cape, of what we've managed to deliver with a mandate from the voters. And in those municipalities where we govern, it is definitely, you can see it in the outcomes. It's streets ahead.
And then last question, just for the upcoming municipals, what are the policies that people will be voting for? Maybe the main one or two ones that you think really affect South Africans.
So it's always interesting. So there's always a blurring between national policies and local policies. But I almost seem to say that every election is always a local election because it's about your street, it's about your water, it's about your services. So that generally it's the local issues. And it depends on which municipality you're in. So if you're in Knysna right now, where they totally failed in service delivery, it's about those real issues of potholes and no water and sewage systems in the lagoon and cancelled events. I mean, they've been cancelling events every week now from regattas now is the latest one. The Samola uphills is now being challenged. We saw a school volleyball being water polo, being cancelled. That's as a result of bad governance. You don't see it in the next town. So, I think in the next town it might be about other things. It might not be as basic bread and butter, but it'll always be about something to do with local government delivery.
So just for a direct answer, the policies that people are voting for is good local basic governance, getting the basics right, like water and education, things like that.
Yeah, I think that's what counts at the end of the day is, can I get water when I turn my tap on? And whether it's in Knysna or in Johannesburg, it's a big issue right now. Is that pothole going to get fixed when I complain about it? Is the investment into the sewage system actually in the pipeline? Is it happening and making it better? I mean, those are the bread and butter issues in a local government election.
And then last question: would you like to be our Truth Report podcast? Without, yeah. Let's exchange details.
Anytime. You must have my.
Yeah, we'll just do one of those.
All right. Well, there's JP talking to Alan Winde. Some interesting answers. Before we continue, I just want to bring on some gentlemen that have joined us. We have Rob Hersov joining us, and we also have Ronaldo House, who's also joined us.
How are you?
JP, thank you so much. Great job you're doing there, JP. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. I'm a seasoned sonalist.
But next time you speak to Ian, you need to say footsec. To News 24.
News 24.
News 24.
Oh, those bloody losers. Let's even hear what they ask him.
Will the Western Cape help Joburg? I can help in any way. I mean, we always do that. Whenever there's a crisis, if you speak to Oscar Maboyani, when there's trouble in the Eastern Cape, on the first one to phone him and say, can I send people? Same thing in KZN. I mean,
they're basically asking him if he's going to be voting for the opposition party.
Your questions were excellent, JP. Thank you so much. Keep us updated if you can catch anyone else.
Thank you, Joe.
I just Joe, I just wanted to go back to Minister not even Minister, but Mantashe's comments. Well, I guess he's in the cabinet, so it probably counts. When he was asked about Rob Hersov and what he thought of mining, and my immediate
before you continue there,
does Rob know about
tell
this?
Rob. No, I don't think Rob knows. Rob, do you know that JP asked Gayton McKenzie? We saw Gayton McKenzie now live, and JP asked him, "What did you think of Rob and his letter that you wrote on Biz News?" And Gayton McKenzie was like, "Rob has no interest." I'm paraphrasing. Rob has no interest in mining, so I don't have no interest in him. That's basically the rundown. But Stephen, go ahead and continue.
But this would be like a fireman standing outside of a burnt down building that he burnt down, being asked, "Listen here, are you guys going to do something about these fires?" And him saying, "I have no interest in you. You don't own a home." Like, I did, but you burnt it to the ground. Now suddenly my opinion doesn't matter because you've burnt it to the ground. What the hell is this? I know people who work in the mining industry. They do data analysis for mines. The mines in South Africa are suffering. I mean, you're talking about diamond mines. You're talking about massive multinational...
Guys, mention a mine. Tell me one mine that has been opened in the last few years in South Africa. None. I mean, Gweta's taken 1 million employees down to 500,000. He's a Madala. He's got to be fired. He's useless, like the rest of the ANC. Footsack ANC.
100%.
Rob, what do you mean, Rob? Why are you saying that, Rob? Don't come here with your tendencies, Rob.
I noticed Darby Roach was on, but he's now hiding in the dark with no screen.
Yeah, so...
The other thing that I wanted to pick up on is Alan Winde. What Alan Winde said when asked about the PA is why the DA will never be in charge of this country ever. It seems like every single person in the world has realized that classical liberalism has never existed. It's a philosophy with no foundation. Because all it's done is it's taken things that has existed forever and just sort of claim, well, this must be ours. Just accepting that this is clearly classical liberalism. Everyone has accepted that tribalism matters in the hearts of normal people. we want to be part of a tribe. It's just the DA that sort of goes, oh, this is just nationalism, and I'm very sad about this. What the hell are you talking about? You're running for the government of South Africa. You should be nationalists. It should be about South Africa first, and you should find something to stand on other than we're an open and free society. What does that even mean? A genuine question to anyone anywhere. What does it mean to be an open society? I don't understand that.
Ronaldo, maybe you want to answer that.
He doesn't really. Sorry, Davy and Rob. I know that you've got an opinion. I've got to run after this. The fact that he said that it's this rise of nationalism, no, that's factually incorrect. It's not nationalism. It is conservatism that's on the rise. People want to go back to traditional values when the country was doing well, when the country was creating jobs. And the fact that a premier doesn't know what the difference is between nationalism and conservatism should scare the living shit out of you. Because what he's describing is what the ANC is, the same mechanism that they've been using in fear-mongering people not to vote for conservative parties because he wants to paint them as bringing apartheid back. No. People in this country, 85% of this country is Christian, meaning they have conservative values, meaning they see more than just themselves as the center of the universe, because core liberalism is about.
Hold on, Ronaldo. Sorry. We got Corn Mulder, your
there we go.
Your guy.
Corn.
Mr. Mulder.
Would you guys like to speak to him?
Corn.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to speak to him directly.
Hi.
He did, dressed beautifully.
Hello, Mr. Cornet. You are on Truth Report Live. You have with you Steven Z.A., Davy Root, Rob Hersoff, and Ronaldo Gauss, who I'm sure you know of. Say hi to everybody. Say hi to the live stream.
It's nice to be part of the A team, which is good.
Corner, you're beautifully dressed. You look very elegant. You look presidential.
I'm trying. Well, I'm trying. Thank you very much. It's an interesting day.
Corne,
interesting things happening. Yes.
Corne, I have a question for you. I'd like to know the Freedom Front Plus's official stance on Cape Independence.
Cape Independence, sometimes people want to give a simple yes-no answer. It's not a simple yes-no answer. It's part of the broader situation. The Freedom Front Plus is very much in favor of self-determination, and that includes the whole idea of Cape Independence. And I support Cape Independence, but that is not the only solution for South Africa. We have people throughout South Africa. South Africa is one big country, and we need to have a different system, which I believe in terms of decentralization, a more federal kind of approach, and part of that will be Cape Independence. If South Africa succeeds in moving towards a federal state and a more decentralized situation, maybe Cape will never have the necessity to go for independence altogether. We don't know. But if the rest of South Africa continues to fail as is, it may become the only answer and the only solution, but time will tell. So it's not a yes-no kind of thing, but that there be no doubt we are in favor of self-determination and we support it in principle, yes.
And follow-up question to that, Mr. Groenewold. Why should the electorate or the citizens of South Africa pay attention to the Freedom Front Plus or vote for you guys? Give me two big reasons why people should cast their vote with your party.
Well, it's almost like the stock exchange. If you want to have the best tip of new shares to buy, the Freedom Front Plus is that share. I have no doubt the party is on the way up, and if you want to make a good investment, this is where you should put your money. And secondly, we are bringing a message that I believe will resonate with South Africans from different communities out there. We do not have to be scared about the radical leadership of MK and the EFF. People who feel trapped there, we are going to bring a message across all communities that indicate how South Africa can be in terms of positivity, in terms of economic growth, in terms of job creation, etc. And I'm going to appeal to all South Africans from all communities. If you want to be part of that winning recipe, get on board and buy your shares in the Freedom Front Plus immediately.
Love it.
All right. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Groenewold?
Mr.
Right.
Mulder.
Mulder. It's Mulder.
Mulder,
Right,
sorry, my bad.
Not all white.
I think he missed that. We heard it.
All good. All right. Thank you, JP. I don't know if you can hear us. Let us know if you got anybody else.
I've got Mr. Peter Groenewald here if we have any questions for him.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
sure.
Yes, definitely.
How's the baking of bread going? The prison baking of bread.
Ronaldo,
I want to know about
he's
the
not
furniture.
in the Freedom Front Plus, right?
JP,
No.
Truth Report News.
What's that?
Truth Report News with Rob Hersoff.
Yeah.
I've got him on the line.
No, you can't talk to me. You must talk.
Okay, I spoke to him already. I've met Dwight, okay, and
Somebody real, sir.
just a quick question there for
Hey,
you.
Pieter vat die kakkie, kom nou
What
hier.
is the biggest policy right now for the VF Plus that you think is really getting?
You asked me a question, you should have asked it for the leader.
Yeah, no, we've asked him, but thank you, and we're backing you. Thank you. Why at least?
Ja, JP moenie kak soek met oom Pieter nie.
Yes, he does not take cock. Listen, yeah.
No, he does that. He's correctional services. He's going to put you in jail quick. You must watch out. I'll just conclude while he's looking. I'll just conclude it.
Yeah.
I think that you could just hear the difference between a premier of the Western Cape and the leader of the Freedom Front Plus. There's clearly a fight in South Africa for the values and principles of this country. And I think that there's been a massive swing more towards conservatism again, because we have seen from the rest of the world what liberalism brings us. Liberalism at its core is individualism. And in South Africa, we are proudly a bunch of groupings of different cultures that don't really value individualistic natures. So therefore, it is just a common factor that we need to move back to conservatism. That's my input. But Rob has been quiet for a long time, and so has Darby.
Darby, over to you.
Okay, well, you guys have been talking about Cape independence. I'm not very much in favor of Cape independence. That's not very clever. It's always better to be part of a bigger thing than of a smaller thing. What I'm certainly in favor of is to move the power down and get it closer to people, a federal kind of system, without a doubt. But I'm very much in favor of a kind of United States of Africa. We should try to get that. Just imagine trying to create an independent Western Cape. I mean, you need a stock exchange, you need a currency, you need a police force. How are you going to split the debt? I mean, it's nearly impossible to do that. So no, the full-out independence is not. It's just not going to work. It's not a clever idea. But certainly more power to the various provinces. I would certainly support that.
No, but Ronaldo, I got to ask you about this. Like, apparently, someone thinks that the Freedom Front Plus will join up with the DA anyway. Oh no. Say it isn't so, Ronaldo. Say it isn't so.
No, but I mean, coalitions will happen. And I mean, there's a very long history between coalitions between parties that want to build and parties that want to destroy. So I think that when it comes to, building a better country, I mean, like, I've always been a centrist, either leaning to the left on some issues and leaning to the right on others. I'm not saying that at its core, the DA is a bad political party. I mean, they've demonstrated time and time again that they can govern well, and they should be applauded for that. However, we also need to acknowledge that, perhaps there are some ideas on the right that is better for South Africa than some conservative or some liberal ideas. But I see there's somebody waiting. Yeah.
Let's get them up here. Hello, sir. Can you hear us?
Hello, Rob.
Can you hear us?
Steve Swatter. Yes, I can. How are you doing?
Rob, you unmute yourself, Rob.
So, ACDP. Steve, how's it, buddy?
Rob, great to see you again, and it's very exciting here at the State of the Nation. It is my 34th. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? So, yes,
can you tell the difference between the last 6?
No. I think going back to 2018, I think there was much higher expectations. I think there's a lot of disappointment, a lot of disillusionment. And yes, whilst when we did our previous interview, I did indicate that the ship is starting to move in the right direction. There's still massive challenges. And of course, the biggest challenge is the economic growth and private capital investment, which I did indicate to you when we last chatted.
I know. I'm still 4 out of 10. I think everything's going sideways.
Well, 4 is better than 0, I suppose. But let's hear what happens tonight. And let's trust that the GNU partners begin to hold the ANC far more accountable, particularly when it comes to the fiasco of our foreign relations. I think that is a key to secure our Western trading partners and, of course, the US. But Rob, always great to chat to you. Thanks again for the great work that you're doing of exposing the truth. Keep it up and look forward to chat to you for the budget, which is in 2 weeks' time. That'll be
great. You two look very elegant. I mean, you look superb.
May I ask a question?
Yes,
may I please ask
this
a
is
question?
my
That is,
this is. I'm listening.
okay, this is Dawie Rood. Tell me, if the Minister of Finance proposes a VAT increase, will you support that? And what did you do last year?
We did not support it. And of course, we will not support it again this time. We believe, as I've said a number of times, there's almost 500 billion rand of uncollected taxes. Let's rather collect the money that's been stolen through corruption and state capture than increasing the VAT. That should be the last option. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So you're not going to increase taxes. So what expenditure are you going to cut back on? What are you going to spend less on?
Well, there's a multitude of things. There's the ghost workers that you've got to reduce the public sector expenditure. There's the corruption money that can be collected from overseas bank accounts. There is a bloated cabinet. We're not in the GNU. The bloated cabinet can be reduced. There's a lot of government programs that are unnecessary. And the National Treasury's review programs must be now finalized. It's been ongoing for a number of years, and there's a lot of fat that can be cut. The VIP protection services is absolutely disgraceful, and they can be cut as well. So there is scope to cut, and I look forward to chatting to you further when the budget is announced.
Okay, you mostly speak about relatively small amounts of money. Do you think that the civil servants are overpaid?
Absolutely. There are millionaires. There are millionaires amongst the civil servants, but you could probably ask the same thing about members of parliament as well.
Yeah. I like Joe, I can tell you I like this guy. Maybe we should vote for him.
You're welcome and thank you.
Well said, Robbie.
Yeah,
I've been around.
That's Steve. I've got to jump, guys.
Thanks a lot.
No
Thanks,
worries.
Rob. Keep well. Bye.
Cheers, Rob. Jump on again if you can later.
All right, so I'm going to try.
Let me just give a number to that. There are 49 million civil servants that get. I use the word get and not earn because that's a valid judgment. That get more than 49,000 that get more than R1 million annually.
Wow.
It's good to be a public servant.
Yeah. So just so I can introduce our new guests here, we have Matthew Cohen, who's also a fellow YouTuber, guest here with us. And we have, of course, Morning Shots, Byron Shepherd, also joining us. Byron, how are you doing?
Yeah, fine and you. I called what I thought this SONA would be, which would be more of the same. Might as well just do the old British trick and just leave a note in the desk that says, we have no money. I mean, that would be the more honest thing to do. Which means that majority of the SONA is probably going to be about things that don't involve money, like Palestine. So, yeah, JP just saw the anti-Israel sentiments because Palestine doesn't cost us anything. Well, apart from some RCJ monies, supposedly. But, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because I think recently some news outlets have been attempting to fact check all of Ramaphosa's last promises from all of his SONAs, such as the new university that we're going to get in Ekurhuleni. That looks swell. Apparently it's like a bush that's overgrown, a couple rocks. I think somebody, threw a Coke can down there. It looks fantastic. There's those smart
better than
cities.
Joburg.
Mate, it's a slight improvement on Joburg, but only by a little bit. Let's just be fair. But it could be worse. You could be like in PE where I am. I mean, over here, if we have a traffic light, we're like, oh my god, this city's getting a smart city upgrade, and that's another one of Ramaphosa's promises. He promised some smart cities, so people have been looking that up, to see the smart cities like Joburg, where every street basically has a pool now. it's like lakeside living. You know, you don't need to go to any lakes to go for a swim these days. Just go outside onto your main highway. That will probably do it. Yeah. Once you recognize that Ramaphosa is just basically going to talk nonsense, the Sona itself seems a bit comedic.
It seems JP has another guest for us. Sorry, Byron, to cut you off. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. I'm outside the State of the Nation address. I got invited here by a close friend and associate, and I'm here to listen to what the president has to say. I'm a bit more optimistic because it is a GNU situation. So I'm more optimistic than I've been in previous years when it comes to State of the Nation addresses. But obviously, things are still a bit shaky, and there's still a lot of issues that we're facing as South Africans. And this is what we need the president to discuss today, especially youth unemployment and the unsafety that South Africans feel day to day, the crime that's high. So we want to hear things that are solid. We don't want to hear stories as before where he talks about organizing committees and commissions. We want to know, what are you actually going to do about these pressing issues in South Africa?
Yes. And just so the audience, our viewers, know who you are, if you don't mind just stating your name and your
so
title.
For the viewers, so I'm Kanyisa Jam. I am a UCT politics student, but currently I am a stand-up comedian, and I am a social media content creator. But like I said, my first thing that brings me here is my love for politics, as I'm a student of politics, studied politics at UCT, graduated. So I do have a keen interest in the politics of South Africa, and I obviously look at, I want a better South Africa, and I think that's what a lot of people on your guys' platform want as well.
Yes. Jam, I'm familiar with your comedy, you know, jumping as a comedian into politics. Not that much of a jump because politics is always funny. But tell us quickly, like, in your opinion, as a citizen of South Africa, who are you looking to vote for? Are you voting? Do you vote? Give us a rundown.
I do vote. I know voting is a secret. So there is a bit of, secrecy when it comes to who do you exactly vote for. But what I must say, and what I can say, is that if people follow my social media platforms, which is Jam the comedian, they'll see who I'm aligned with, and they'll see who I am backing. Specifically, I can say I'm backing Jordan Hill Lewis to be the next leader of the DA, and hopefully, in my view, the next leader of the country. So people will do with that information what they must. As you know, voting is a secret. It is a private matter. But I will say that I do back, specifically, I back Jordan Hill Lewis to be, at the very least, the head of the DA, and at the most, the next president of South Africa. That's a guy I can get behind. That's a guy I'm very familiar with, a guy I've worked with on many different projects that people don't know about. And I can say that is a true leader that we can all get behind.
All right, Jam. Thank you so much for popping in on the stream with us and giving your insight and your thoughts, man. It's really much appreciated. We'll chat to you later.
Thank you guys for always making time, and thank you for the platform you guys have created. And let's keep trying to make South Africa a better place. Cheers.
Awesome. Agreed. Thanks, guy. All right. We heard it from a comedian, Jam. I see there's Gayton, so I'm going to keep an eye on the camera there. And as soon as JP gets close to Gayton, we got to switch over, and hopefully we can. Let's start thinking live chat. If you got questions for Gayton, he's approaching now. Let's see if we can Let's see if we can get a hold of Gayton. Any questions anyone have?
Yes, why is he approving all these name changes? That's just a complete and utter waste of taxpayer money.
Okay.
Gaan dit boontoe. Dankie. Saldana, ons het net die meier van DA. Het net B gejoin.
Get a photo.
They told you the door. Oh,
Okay. Always late, fashionable. Looking snazzy, fashionably late.
Can you get to him, JP?
I can get to him. I can do anything. I'll somehow go in there. Mr. Gayton. Rob
Who's that?
We live with Rob Hurst. I say hello.
Hey, Rob, hoe gaat het? Hey, Rob, how are you, my buddy?
Oh, hi, Gayton. How are you? This is Joe Emilio. Rob, unfortunately, is no longer with us, but he was on the stream. But you have with you Stephen from Stephen Zade, Byron Shepherd, Matthew Cohen, Kukle, and Darby Root is also on the line. But we got a question or two for you.
Very quickly, I have to go.
Hey, Gayton, how you doing?
All right, how's the gents?
Hey, Gayton, I got to ask you your first question. Yeah, and it's a really easy one. Do you ever get bored of beating the DA? I mean, it must be getting a bit much now, right?
I got breaking news for you guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The mayor in Saldanha, the acting mayor from the DA, has just joined the Patriotic Alliance. Breaking news. First media to write on that. I have to go in. I'll talk to you guys when you invite me. Salute. The DA is in the ICU. The DA is in ICU. They're in ICU. Thank you.
All right, but before, man, okay. JP, I don't know if JP, can you hear me? JP, can you hear me?
1 second. I can hear you clearly.
Okay, just quickly see if you can ask him about the name changes.
Which one?
Why is he approved the name changes?
Okay, I'll ask him one last.
See if you can sneak that in quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I got the Minister of Police trying to take me. I'm joking.
Let's see. Kukle is trying so hard to keep a straight face.
Oh, yeah.
Kukle is going to be upset if his guy doesn't win, you see.
What did the name change to, Joe Emilio? Is that coming from?
Was it Grefrenet or something like that?
Grefrenet.
Last comment on Grefrenet, the name change. How did you approve that?
No, you see, the problem is people don't. I'm not the one that deciding on name changes. There was a process, and that process can still be challenged. If people are unhappy, my job is to gazette it. I did that. The first time, there were some things that I thought they didn't do. They went back and they did it. It's not the end of the road. If people don't like it, we live in a constitutional democracy. They can change it.
And there we have it, guys.
All right, thanks so much, JP, for getting Gayton on. Oh, scandalous.
With the Saldanha Bay Mayor.
Okay.
Gayton with the Saldanha Bay Mayor from the DA.
Joe, can I just say something before, because I have to go soon as well?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So the thing that annoys me about this GNU, just what Gayton did there, the DA. Oh, Bala passed before we joined. Oh, this happened. We're just sort of the messenger, right? I mean, DA supporters as well do the same thing. What do you want the DA to do? They're a minority party. It's not like they can say no or else the ANC will kick them out. Gayton McKenzie, I wasn't the one who approved this. I just gazetted it. And it's like, what the hell is the point of having a GNU if you're all just going to do what the ANC says for fear of being kicked out of the party? Like, I don't understand. What is the point of a GNU then?
Stefan, I mean this in the nicest way.
Let Byron go then quickly.
We're talking over each other. I mean this in the nicest way possible, but it sounds to me like you've never worked in government. I, however, have, and it's not a fun position. So I don't mean to back Gayton on this, but the biggest thing that you find, if you really want to understand how government works, go watch Yes Minister. That's basically a documentary, right? The majority of the work is not done by the minister. It's done by the civil service. And it's done by the leaders of the civil service. So in that instance, it's going to be your director generals and it's going to be so forth. Your minister, to a large degree, yes, he's got the pen. Of course, he's got the power. But largely, he's kind of powerless. He doesn't actually know what goes on the day-to-day basis. Once you understand that, you also understand where the rot in a state sits. You can change the governments all you want, but unless you fire most of the civil servants and you replace them, you're still going to get the same outcomes. You're still going to have the same policies, and they're still going to do the exact same thing as the guard did before. As John Steenhuisen has been warned time and time again, if you do not change what goes on in the ministry and the individuals that work within it, there will be no change in that ministry. And you have to understand that a minister is only there as an elected politician. He has limited powers to change who is in the ministry and the work that they do. Because remember, many of these individuals are governed underneath the basic conditions of employment. They are full-time staff and they have unions backing them. So you have to be very careful with what you do on them.
But does that not answer my original question, though? What the hell is the point of the GNU? If
you could argue that what's the point of any government,
by the ANC? No, I mean, you could, right? But fundamentally, remember, the GNU was sold to us South Africans as the answer to the Doomsday Coalition to keep out the communists and the socialists. But the communists and the socialists appear to be getting all of their policies still the same as they've always wanted to. So I'm not sure, like, and I'm not asking this out of facetiousness or anything. I genuinely, if someone can explain to me, the best I've heard is, well, it's happening slower now.
Yeah, but you will recall that one of the key things Helen Zille tried to negotiate for when she went into the GNU was she wanted to be able to appoint and have control over the appointments of the director generals, because it's the director generals that really have the control. The ministers are largely kind of like figureheads. Until you have full control over the director generals, nothing really changes. Of course, we have a nice veneer. We've got lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig, right? And that's why the change that's occurring in the country doesn't match people's expectations, because the majority of the director generals are employed on a 7-year contract. I mean, think about that for a second. 7 years. How long is the government? 5. So these guys actually are employed over the course of 2 governments. So you could change governments and they'd still be there to continue on with a lot of the policies, right? You're seeing this in Durko. Durko is a fantastic example. Why is it that you've still got the same individual in Durko pushing the same policy despite there now being a GNU? Because the actual power of what happens in the ministry itself rests with the DG. And that's unfortunately the fact of majority of countries.
I'll keep coming back to it. All of what you say, I know, right? But it fundamentally doesn't change the question, right? We were sold on this, and people love talking about the GNU as if this is the big. Well, a lot of people thought this was going to be the saving grace, right? I wasn't one of those people, exactly because of this reason. Because you see it, Donald Trump's first term in America, the Brits and their issues trying to stop immigration. My bigger problem is, why even sell this as a talking point if you know, right? You're never going to be able to change anything. Everything's just going to march on the way that it always has. And in my opinion, from the DA's perspective, this is going to cost them a lot more votes than what I believe in the long run they're going to win. They might win immediate votes, but at the end of this, 2029, the DA is going to look back and there's going to be a lot of people in South Africa asking, what the hell was the point? Like, you've done nothing. You've stopped nothing. Everything's just marched on. The country is still in a rut. And now you've sort of hung your hat on this pig with the lipstick on, saying this is going to be the saver. Yeah.
Can I just pause you there a little bit? Firstly, we need to take into cognizance of the fact that the DA has stopped the VAT increase, right? We stopped it from what it was originally supposed to be. We've got to hold on. We've got to hold on.
Okay, so
and
one
consider
VAT.
that.
My guy. There were
Listen,
people in the ANC that voted against the VAT increase. It wasn't just the DA.
The bottom line is the suckers, the other suckers in the GNU, right, were willing to vote with the ANC and go along for the ride. I'm talking about the IFP. I'm talking about the PA, Gayton McKenzie, who was just here right now.
Gayton voted against it.
And no, he first voted for it. He was part of the group that voted for it, if you remember. He was part of the group that voted for it. The guys that even supported it outside of the GNU were Action SA and BOSA. They were the suckers that decided to join and get on board and vote for that VAT hike. Now, to say that the DA has done nothing in the GNU is totally out of this world. I mean, Bella Bill was voted in before the GNU existed. Expropriation without compensation was before the GNU existed. All these bills that make us angry today were before the GNU existed. And you need to understand that that was the 6th parliament. We're in the 7th parliament. A lot of the stuff gets signed in the 7th parliament, which was voted in the 6th parliament. So
okay, quickly, wait. Let me hold on. As a very important question that I want to ask that nobody's answered, because I've heard that excuse before. Oh, it was signed in before the DA got in. Okay, then why did the DA campaign? Because it feels like they lied to the people, and that's what the DA.
Yeah, they said they'd stop it.
You guys, or sorry, don't mean to say like you, Kukle, but like the DA, right? Campaigned for months. Save South Africa. End to BE, end to NHI and expropriation without compensation. Campaign for months, drilling it down our mouths that they're going to save South Africa. And then when they come in, regardless if it was signed in before, why? If that was the case, why did you guys, or why did
Joe, even if you were to start a party today, let's say we start a Truth Report party, and you decide to run in 2029, a lot of the stuff that happens when Truth Report Party or the Truth Party is what's going to happen in 2029 is obviously going to be a ripple effect of what happened in the 7th Parliament. The bottom line is, when we ran, we must remember, to form a coalition government, you need 14 days. You've got to do it within 14 days, because if we don't get it right within 14 days, it's back to the polls. And not just that, 14 days is not enough. Hence, we have argued before that we need more than 14 days to discuss coalitions, because you can't discuss the channel or the direction of a country in 14 days. This is a $400 billion economy. We can't just discuss it in 14 days and discuss positions. ANC has been very clear to say that no opposition party should touch DIRCO, which for me personally, I do think a lot of figures that are involved in terms of negotiating, that could have been where we might have been short-sighted, because that's perhaps where we should have attacked, to say, listen, guys, we need to be involved in all aspects. But the ANC gave all parties a bad deal, and we need to be honest about it. And a lot of the stuff that's happening, I can't blame the VF Plus. I can't blame Gayton McKenzie. I can't even blame my own party, the DA, because all of that was signed in with an ANC majority. I mean, a simple way of looking at this thing, Stefan, a simple way, when you say that nothing has happened under the GNU, look at the Zondo Commission. The Zondo Commission happened with an ANC majority. And what happened there? Who went to jail? No one. But under the Madlanga Commission with an ANC minority, I can promise you heads are going to roll. And it's clear. It's clear.
I'll push back on one thing, right? Because I don't believe heads will roll. There will be people sacrificed, 100%. But the big guys, we already know Mkhunu is not getting prosecuted. Ramaphosa's already said he will deal with him later. So the big guys are not getting anything. But I'll push back on one thing. You claim that the DA stopped the VAT increase.
Yes.
Everything that the DA did, could they have done that outside of the GNU to stop the VAT increase? Because the ANC ignored the DA. They went to parties outside of the GNU. They got the votes that they needed. The only
Well,
reason
Stefan,
the
if the
ANC
ANC
turned
was in
around, hold up,
coalition with
Kool-Aid.
MK and EFF, do you think the VAT increase was going to be stopped?
Hold on, it doesn't matter. Because the only thing that ultimately
No, that
stopped the
does
ANC...
matter. That is
No,
matter.
I'll explain to you. Well, to be fair, the EFF
Right.
from day one said hell no, right? So the EFF already didn't want this because they're not stupid. They understood that the people were not going to be happy with this. The only reason the ANC changed their mind at the last minute was when they started to see public outrage and went, oh, crap, this isn't a good look for us, right? But the DA, everything the DA did could have happened without them in the GNU. Now, I'm not saying I want the EFF MK, but I am with Joe here. When Joe asks, there were a lot of promises made. Now, I know people like to say, but it's just politics. You know, politicians lie. That cannot be our society where we say, well, it's acceptable because it's a politician that lies. If a normal person lied like this to you, you would avoid them like the plague. Because every word out of their mouth is effectively just a lie.
Can I ask how the DA lied?
Yeah, Joe listed this to you, right? They said they weren't going to allow Bala. They weren't going to. They were going to change expropriation without compensation.
Can I ask you something, Stefan? Can I ask you something? If you say to your child today, my dear, I'm going to buy you a car by the time you turn 21, but because the economy is so crap, you lose your job. Have you not stuck to your promise? I just want to ask you that question. Have you not stuck to your promise because now you're no longer in the position of offering what you said you were going to offer?
Okay, but
just think about it.
Is your argument that the DA was making all of those promises, knowing football? Because remember, this was part of their moonshot pact.
Remember,
and
when you
speaking
make
about
promises,
some kind of government of national unity.
Win a majority.
Yeah, okay, but the
guys,
DA,
I think you're missing an important point.
That wasn't what they started. It was when they started to sell the GNU that they started to say,
Right.
we're going to stop the Bal Act, we're going to stop the Doomsday Coalition stuff, all of that stuff. But Matthew, sorry, go for it.
Yeah, no problem, Stephen. Basically, I just think there are two important things we need to consider here, right? First of all, outside the GNU or inside the GNU, the DA is about 22% up. Don't know if that's about 85 seats or something in the National Assembly. And so the problem that the DA, sorry, Kukule?
87 seats.
87 seats, got you. So I think the very big problem that you have is that no matter how the DA tried to stand up to the ANC or oppose them, didn't make much difference because the ANC went over their heads. But that being said, okay, so I see some people are saying in the chat, the DA lied. Listen, I've been very critical of the DA on many occasions. I don't think they necessarily lied. I think there was a bit of a communication issue because ultimately what happened, right, is that the DA approached the GNU in a very different way to the PA, the Freedom Front Plus parties like that. First of all, the DA did give all those red lines, line in the sands, big strategic mistake. When I was listening to a few discussions with Freedom Front Plus leaders, their reason for entering the GNU was a little bit different. They didn't say, oh, we're going to stop the Doomsday Coalition, or oh, we're going to stop Bello, we're going to stop NHI. That wasn't the mandate. That wasn't the promise. They were saying things more along the lines of, we'd like to show you how we can govern. We'd like to have that exposure. We want to be insiders that get inside information. I think it was Wesley Jacobs who said that inside information piece. So I think, unfortunately, where the DA really went wrong isn't necessarily that they had these empty promises that they couldn't fill, or I guess you could phrase it that way. But I think the main problem is that they communicated in the wrong way, and that's the issue. It was their pre-election, pre-GNU promises that saw them come undone.
Well, I mean, Action SA promised a ton of stuff and it can't do any of the things it has promised. What I'm trying to say is all parties campaign on the idea that you're going to win. You don't campaign on the idea that we're going into a coalition and we're going into a coalition with the ANC. Or a coalition with a party that is not ready to compromise with others. Even the VF Plus, I promise you, as much as you attack us, you can go and attack the VF Plus and say, VF Plus, literally, we're at the White House last year, about farm murders. And the VF Plus is in the GNU. Their constituency are farmers. Why don't you attack and say, why don't you do anything about farm murders? The bottom line is, we're in a difficult coalition. And unfortunately, South Africans vote for the ANC, and we need to.
Okay.
Okay,
I could answer that, but you're not going to like my answer.
There's a few things in this. The first is that one has to remind ourselves how the DA campaigned for the elections. Vote DA. The DA usually has a few marketing slogans, like let's just get them out there, right? One of them is like where the DA governs, the DA gets things done. There you go, right? So we know that marketing slogan. And when it came through to the national elections, the national slogan was vote DA, stop the Doomsday Coalition. Okay, that's how they campaigned. We have to remind ourselves of that. So when they got into power and everybody was saying, why are you going into a coalition, a GNU with the ANC? They said to stop the Doomsday Coalition. Why? Because that was the reason that they asked you to vote for them in the first place. So what they don't want to do is they don't want to say, look, you voted for us, but really you're kind of getting something else. Like you're getting something we didn't say what you were going to do, but we're taking your votes and great. Let's move it on. So
yeah,
they didn't have a long time to negotiate a coalition, and they didn't have a lot there. And to be honest, they overstated or they overthought their power. They thought that their power dynamics were more important than they were. And we saw that all the way at the start when they said, this is our red line. If you don't do what we say, we'll walk. And everybody said, bye. And they were like, oh, okay. And that, unfortunately, is where the DA started to see almost early doors. They didn't matter as much as they thought they did. And the ANC were very much like, they didn't want to be a minority government, but they were prepared to do it because there were obviously a number of individuals in the ANC that were not very keen on the DA. They had to sell it to their own constituencies. They couldn't. That was very, very difficult. And they still have at every single meeting all the usual mudslingings. And the reality was that the DA found his power reduced. Now, Ramaphosa clearly knew. He wasn't stupid. I mean, he's got some of the intelligence services feeding him information. He knew going into the election he wasn't going to get a majority. I don't think he realized how bad the not getting a majority was. And there were key things he was just like, sign them all off my desk. Sign them now, because later on they might become problematic. And a good example of that was the NHI, which they made a big fanfare for, and it's just a complete cock-up and a mess. And to a large degree, the DA thought to themselves, if they take those portfolios, the ones that they were not very keen on, they could almost manage what that legislation looked like. A good example is Bella. They're like, right, it's in. Not a lot we can do about it, but we can shape the way that the government policy around this is. We can set in place something that's more acceptable to the public. But the reality is that the public doesn't see the subtleties. What we see and what we should see is that the DA said, we have zero interest in Bella, and they are now implementing Bella. The public should see they have zero interest. They said they have zero interest in expropriation without compensation. And now you've got Dean McPherson, who's trying to do it in a measured and balanced way. And now it's okay.
And also no compensation is compensation.
That's right. I mean, we always knew that zero equaled nothing, but I mean, someone told me that nothing actually equals something. I mean, wordplay is fun, isn't it? But the reality is that the DA has had to try sell a weakened position. That's really what this all comes down to. The DA has to convince everybody that they're not actually as weak in the GNU as they are. The DA is very, very weak in the GNU. But then so is everyone else. No, that's the PA. That's the Freedom Front.
Actually, so if I can just, because I really have to go now. My stream is going to start in about 8 minutes. But what I wanted to say, just very quickly on that, Byron, where I will just throw this out there, and you probably have a lot more inside information here that I wouldn't have. I actually think the DA's hand was a lot stronger than they themselves thought. And I think that is the main reason why the DA got screwed over by the ANC, because the DA was just so happy to take whatever crumbs the ANC was throwing at them, because they genuinely believed that the majority of the ANC wanted to join the EFF, wanted to join the MK, not realizing that the people inside the ANC
Stefan,
that
if that was
don't
the
want to
case,
join
then
that
you'd have
fully...
a GPU in Gauteng.
I mean,
you'd have a GPU. We were given crumbs by Panyaza Lisufi, and we said, F off.
Yeah, but you still got crumbs.
So, I mean,
you got a
we've
minute.
got the trust me,
Your
if we want
your
to be the
leader.
genuine wood.
Your leader was literally handed an atomic bomb counting down. That's the crumbs that you guys settled for. Anyone who knew anything would have known, Minister of Agriculture, are you serious? We have a pandemic of foot and mouth that has been going for about 4 years. I'm not taking that position. And John Steenhuisen knew nothing about this. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is the people inside the ANC that knew, right, that would have been willing to make any deal the DA wanted, knew that joining the EFF meant the end of the ANC. The EFF will tear the ANC apart in a GNU structure because those who knew inside the ANC are dead, right? The actual intellectual heavyweights of the ANC, the Chris Harneys and those guys, they're dead. They no longer exist. So yeah, fundamentally, I think that's where all of these problems started. But anyways, I'll see you guys afterwards.
Wait, Stefan.
Yeah, I just think.
Sorry, let's just let Stefan step off. Stefan, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you come back after the speech and let us know your thoughts. But thank you so much, Stefan, for hanging out with us this far. All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, pity that Stefan already dropped off. It was a bit of a response to him, but I think we just need to be a little bit clear on a few things. It's very easy for us to criticize now, and hindsight is 2020, but we need to remember the ANC were in government for 30 years before this happened. They've got the cadres, they know all the people in civil society, in the entire civil order, and the DA were brand new to this. Yes, they've got local government's experience, provincial experience, but they've never been on the national stage before. And again, like Kuchle said earlier, you've got about 14 days to form a coalition. And look, we can all say where they went wrong, but I think that at the time, the DA did the best that they could. Also, don't forget that during the swearing in of ministers, right, there was no statement of intent that was completely confirmed at the time. In fact, I think it was when Floyd Shivambu asked for a caucus break that the actual signatures were put on paper. So I do think that it's very important for us to note that, yes, it's true that the DA may have had some flaws along the way, but I think we shouldn't be overly harsh in that way, because you're a new guy who's just entered the fray and you're dealing with the guys who've been at this game for 30 years. They're going to get the better of you.
Yeah, I get all of that, but let's summarize it actually what it was. And the reality was that the ANC played a very good poker game. That's really kind of what happened. Like the ANC said, we're talking to the MK and the EFF, and remember that the DA had campaigned against stopping the Doomsday Coalition. The worst thing that could have happened was that the DA didn't form a coalition with the ANC. The ANC did go into a coalition with the EFF and the MK party, because everybody would have said, DA, you failed. That's all it came down to. You failed. This way, they got to sign on the dotted line and say, we stopped the Doomsday Coalition, guys. It's great. But the reality is their power play there was very unknown to them. I know I was speaking to the insiders in the DA whilst they were busy negotiating. Some of them were feeding me information as it was occurring. And it was very interesting to watch. But the reality is they didn't really know how strong their hand was or how weak their hand was, because the reality is they just didn't know. The ANC were in conversations with the EFF. They were in conversations with the MK. They were done behind closed doors, and nobody knew really who was going for what. Who was being promised what, and everybody assumed that the ANC was mercenary enough to sell the country down the drain. That's the reality.
Sure, I definitely understand that point of view.
Sorry, guys. Before you continue, Matthew and Kufe, I will let you have your moment to say something. I just really want to do some housekeeping, because there have been some super chats coming in and super stickers. We had one from Joe Van Veek giving a super sticker of 70 Rand. Thank you so much. We had her also giving another 70 Rand saying, thank you for this discussion. The Sona is worth watching with you guys. Thank you so much, Joe, for the awesome super chats that you've given, as well as Patrick W3144 giving a 35 Rand. super chat saying shot lads, and NFZA giving a 20 Rand super chats or super sticker. Sorry. Thank you so much, everybody, for the support, for the super stickers and the super chats. We will get to them as soon as we get a chance. So if you guys want us to really answer one of your burning questions, and don't be shy, send us a super chat and we'll get to it ASAP. With that being said, sorry to cut you guys off. Where were we? Oh, yes. Matthew, you can continue with your thoughts. Sorry.
Yeah, so just responding to what Byron was saying about the poker game. Yeah, I would say that's a pretty good observation. But then there's also another problem on the DA side, right? Which is the fact that they not only isolated themselves from the ANC, they also isolated themselves from MK and the EFF. Now, of course, I know that a DA, EFF coalition is not exactly anybody's ideal situation. But ultimately, we know how.
Yeah, but in fairness, that's like you saying to me, I isolated myself from Hamas. That's like you saying chickens isolated themselves from KFC. You can't side with somebody who wishes. You clearly can't side, and it's not a viable option. I mean, everybody that criticizes that, I'm not a DA, I'm not a DA guy, right? But I mean, it's like saying, oh, you didn't negotiate with the EFF. Yeah, but like, why would you?
No, I'm not saying that they needed to negotiate with the EFF per se. I'm just saying that when you are going to isolate, about 63% of the entire parliament, it's not going to go very well for you because you leave yourself with few options. So just as an example, in 2016, we saw how in Joburg, DA, EFF worked together in a coalition. Obviously, it was a regret for many involved. And I do understand, what you're saying, but ultimately, if you are already going to be isolating 3 of the 4 biggest political parties, you're left with no moves, because in reality, had they actually wanted to get the ANC out of power, I'm not just talking about the DA, I'm talking about everyone. They could have said, hey, let's make a GNU with the other 60% and kick the ANC out and try start afresh. I'm not saying it would have worked. It probably would have flopped dismally, but it's at least an opportunity for change. Whereas with the ANC, you've got the same old cadres. They're in the system. You're never going to get the better of them. From my perspective, the only way you're ever going to improve. Sorry, Byron, go ahead.
That's like Israel saying we want to get rid of Hezbollah in Lebanon, so we're going to side with Hamas in Gaza to fight against them. You have to understand that certain unities are just not possible because you're not ideologically aligned. You're not aligned in terms of policy. It doesn't really matter what the DA says, right? The DA can't really turn around and say, well, we'll work with the MK party and the EFF. They're just not going to work because those guys don't want to work with you. You remember that.
But are the DA aligned with the ANC, though?
Because the ANC was willing to work with them.
Yeah,
I think
just to MK wouldn't work with them because it was Jacob Zuma's party. Zuma has a good relationship with Helen Zille. EFF, I get, but anyway, I just don't necessarily see it from that way because I can't tell you that the ANC was night and day compared to the MK party.
A key principle of the MK party is getting rid of the Constitution. The DA is aligned to the Constitution. How do you get those two parties to work together? Yes. A key part of the MK's Constitution is the expropriation of all land and returning it back to state control. A key part of the DA's Constitution is private property. You can't say because 2 leaders get on that somehow like they can form a coalition. It doesn't work that way. The reverse can be said too. Just because 2 parties don't get on doesn't mean they can't form a coalition. And the reality is Helen and Fikile and Balula do not see eye to eye. They really don't. But somehow they managed to form a coalition.
Which is true.
So over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's a good point. And it is kind of oil and water. But I think
to be quite fair.
Sorry, Kukle, go ahead. I think I've got a bit of a delay on my side. Go ahead.
Matthew, you can go.
Go ahead, Kukle.
Kukle, go for it. Yeah. You've been wanting to talk.
No problem. I was saying, I think... Thanks, Byron. I think one of the key issues that we need to remember here is there are very few viable options for this country, and we need to be honest. We need to be dead honest. There is dead wood that sits in the ANC block. All those guys are ANC guys. The only difference is, even if you said, DA, don't work with, or go and work with MK, or go and work with the EFF, you are working with the worst of the ANC, whether you like it or not. That is the worst of the ANC. That is state capture sitting in Umkhonto weSizwe. There is no way you can expect us to build a country while we're working with those that put us where we are today. So not to say that working with Ramaphosa is going to improve the situation, no. But the bottom line is, how many parties sit on the fence towards the right? It's ourselves, the VF Plus, the PA, arguably, even though they are ass lickers to the ANC. We've got to be honest. Action SA, same story as the PA. In fact, you can call him Judas Iscariot because he is a traitor. The bottom line is, these guys don't have values. When we negotiate coalitions, and I can tell you from local government, right? We negotiate and say, this is the offer. Can tell you in Tshwane, when Silas Brink was in charge, we offered Action SA's Nasipi, deputy mayor. But Action SA has got a bad election. So they stuff us in the back, and then they go and work with the ANC. Now, please tell me, how many times are you going to continue blaming the DA? Unfortunately, we find ourselves in difficult positions. The ANC is able to offer small parties some things that we can't offer parties. We are not here for a transactional relationship. We're here to build the country. So this thing of saying that the DA hasn't moved the needle, and I'll interest you in one thing, and I'll take it back to local politics. Locally, in the city of Tshwane, Action SA, ANC, and the EFF have voted for a salary increase, which was blocked by Silas Brink because the municipality didn't have money. It was blocked by Silas Brink because he said, listen, I'm not going to increase the rates. That was when he was still mayor. Now, when you say the DA is not an effective party in government, that is totally wrong. And I wish Stefan was here, because Stefan says we were dealt crumbs. He says, why did we take agriculture? Because of all the issues that are in agriculture. Well, Stefan, I'm sure you're not watching, but just to answer that question, the fact is a large part of our constituency happens to be farmers, as the VF Plus, same thing as VF Plus. Our constituency, a large part of it happened to be farmers. And if we are to represent our constituency, we will go into portfolios that do represent and speak to our constituencies. Hence, we went for agriculture. And to say that you should not go for it because it's a difficult position and you'll fail is absolutely wrong. That means, are we supposed to leave the difficult positions to a failing ANC? Is that what we're supposed to say? That no, because this is a position that, oh, you know what? If we touch it, we could be losing some votes because we might not succeed. Should we leave it to an already failing ANC? No ways. Our interest is the country before ourselves. That is our interest. Hence, we've taken Home Affairs. We've turned that department around, no matter what anyone can say. We've taken Public Works. This country is becoming an industrial site very quickly under Dean McPherson. I mean, Parliament, the dome. It was the Speaker's choice to use City Hall, but the dome was repaired before SONA, something that would have not been done under that useless lady called Patricia de Lille. Now, you can move it. You can even go to communications. What do you say about Solly Malatsi and BEE? What do you say about all of that stuff? For you to say that the DA is a dog without teeth is false. The DA is fighting a good fight, and it's fighting to the max as it can fight currently. And if it means the DA has to leave the GNU, trust me, it will leave the GNU if it does make sense, and that is decided by our FedEx.
I think, Kukle, let me first address a comment here. Next podcast, please balance the podcasters, not bring DA haters all in one shot, not bias podcasters against the DA. I don't like. There are a mix of people here. Some of them who don't vote, and some of them who have strong feelings against the DA, yes, for sure, and some of them who don't vote for the DA, for sure. but that's the point. And we don't mean to be hating on Kuhle. Kuhle knows we are friends. We're all friends here. But that's what's beautiful about the Truth Report, is that we have a variety of podcasters that have different opinions and come from different walks of life. And we respect one another's opinions and thoughts, which is something. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because with Kuhle, you know, man, I respect you so much. Like, you know that. So the concern, I think, is that some people, when you're in it, when you're in the party, you see things. You see things that the average citizen on the ground doesn't. And I know the DA has tried to explain things, has tried to be on the ground or explaining things to the people. And to some extent, the message gets out, but not to the majority of the people. And unfortunately, the ANC is very good with their propaganda. They're very good at making the DA look weak. Even if the DA didn't intend for it to happen, they're just very good at doing that. And I think for a lot of people, and I'm going to make this very clear, I used to vote DA. I don't anymore. I'm sorry. But I'm one of those people that was like, yeah, man, DA is awesome. Fucking A. And then I see what I see on social media. I see what I see when John Steenhuisen went to Trump and said the thing that he said that pissed off a lot of people. Whether you can defend it, you can say, "Well, he had to say that because of Cyril, or he had to say that because of whatever." You can defend it, and we can understand it. But at the end of the day, the people don't feel that in that moment the DA spoke for the people, and that is one of the biggest problems with the DA. A lot of the times, when I'll give you a very good example, and this is where my sway started with the DA. During the lockdown, when there was that whole thing about Phoenix, and the DA had put posters in Durban, and the DA was like, I think it was John Steenhuisen, literally on the same day or the day after, was defending the posters, because everybody wanted the posters to go down, and John gave a very powerful response to a journalist about why the DA should keep the posters up. And I was like, yes, John, fucking great answer. And then the next day, the posters are taken down. That example personifies the DA for a lot of people. There's a lot of hardcore fans in the chats. I've seen them. Someone said, I'll vote for the DA forever. I love what they're doing in Milton. I love here. I love that. And there's another person that's not happy with the DA, saying that the DA wants to turn Brackenfell into Kryfontein. I can't find it now, but it was there. So there's a lot of different opinions, and there's a lot of people that are unhappy with the DA. From my point of view, I see that the DA is losing, but the DA could be winning in other strengths. I know. I heard everything you just said, and that you're fighting the good fight. And I do believe there are amazing people in the DA, and I still have hope for that. And I know some of them. You're one of them, and so is Ian Cameron, right? I think Ian Cameron's doing amazing work in what he's doing now. But I think that if you look at the bigger picture, if you look at the damage PR-wise, it's up and down, because you've got Helen Zille sitting in a huge pothole in Joburg, and that's funny. That is great. That is like, oh man, that is fucking campaigning brilliance, right? But then you've got John with this whole foot and mouth situation, and a lawsuit on him, and leaving and doing this, and one moment he's wearing the minister hat, saying EWC is not a bad thing. BE is not a triple B double E is not a bad thing, blah, blah, blah. But then on the other side, when he wears the DA hat, he's like, no, we're very much against BE and we're very much against EWC. It confuses your voters. And I understand it. I get it. He's minister and he's this, and you're trying to separate it, but it doesn't work. And I think when you look at those things, when you look at the optics, it's just not going too well. And the things that the DA is doing well, not a lot of people are hearing about it, because the ANC is very good at making you guys look bad. I'm sorry, but that's the thing. And again, I'm speaking as an ex-voter.
Okay, so when I'm talking on these things, I'm not talking as a voter. I'm talking on what I do on YouTube. I'm a news analyst. I analyze what I see. If I analyze and I see the DA doing good, I say, oh, look, this is how it looks to me. Then I'm a DA shill. If I see the DA doing bad, then I'm overly critical of the DA. I must have another support. If I get on well with Gayton McKenzie, and I do, I think Gayton as a person is great. Don't vote for the PA, by the way. But I think Gayton's great. Then I must be a Gayton lover or something. Like, no, what we are is we are accepting that all political parties in South Africa have problems. We live in the 21st century. A big problem that people have in the voting environment is that everybody, maybe it's religious, maybe it's the way they were upbringing, I don't know, everybody wants certainty. They want definitivism. They want something definitive. DA, great, don't ask questions. Freedom from Plague, Freedom from Plus, great, don't ask questions. That's not what we do. We're here to look to see what they're doing wrong, to point it out, and if you apply pressure on them, hopefully they'll change. If they don't, then you as in the electorate must just say, it's not for me. And that's your right. That's perfectly your right. Just like from a political point of view, John took the agricultural ministry because he was threatened by the Freedom from Plus growth. And if you look, who do the Freedom from Plus voters usually vote for? Farmers. What does the agricultural ministry allow you to do? Tackle farmers. Did he know that there was a massive, huge foot-and-mouth outbreak out on the horizon? No. Otherwise, he would never have taken it. Right? So that's the reality. Now, how has he dealt with it? As I said earlier, it's all down to his DG. His DG isn't really that good. He's been warned time and time again, replace him. He doesn't have the power to replace him. Look how hard it was just for him to get rid of Ramon Kabanak. He had to go through an entire process there. This is the reality of government, but it's also the reality of every government on the globe. They all work the same way. You can't just say that this is something unique to South Africa. This is just how politics works. If you don't like that, politics really isn't for you. Then you need to have something more definitive, like who won the South African rugby game? Probably South Africa, because that's just the way they usually win. But you understand, like you can go for something more definitive. Politics is not definitive. Yeah. And just before I go, I just want to address a comment in the comment section. At least people accuse us of not responding to them. Davey Navy says, I've lived in London for 30 years. I'm done. I'm moving me and my family back to Cape Town. The UK is finished. Europe is finished. He used more colorful language. Cape Town, prepare for more traffic. And that is, welcome home, brother. You're making the right decision. I've made many videos on why the UK is cooked. Recently this week, I did a couple that YouTube wasn't a fan of, mainly around the grooming gangs. But it's a good decision. Happy to have you home. And yes, other than that, I'm going to log off now because I still have to work. So bye, and see you later.
Thanks, Byron, so much for joining us. Thank you so much for your time and your insight, man. It's great having you. Thank you.
Cheers. Bye.
All right. Listen, I think Byron is spot on as well. This is not unique. Politics is a very dirty game. And Kuchle, as much as we may disagree on a few things, like I said, I respect your politics. I respect you. I know you're a good person. And keep fighting the good fight. I like Ian. Ian, I'm friends with, and I tell him keep fighting the good fight. You know, and some other guy, Jordan Hill Lewis. I recently had an interview with him. I'm still editing the interview. I'm gonna release it. I try and be on good terms with him. Him and I disagree in the DMs a lot, but there's respect. You know, and I think that's something that people need to get back to, the respect that you can have for one another, even though we may differ politically or in opinions. Now, there's obviously extremes. I'm not saying that I'm deeply friends with Julius Malema. I don't think I could be. He's very, very extreme. But we do have to meet each other halfway. And I admire your passion for the DA. I admire your defense for the DA. And I think you brought up some amazing points. But from my point of view, the DA has hurt me, and that might make me sound like a snowflake, but I don't care. That's the truth. And I'm waiting. I'm waiting for them to impress. I was a huge fan of John, not so much anymore. Jordan, I'm still on the fence about, but I'm very curious to see. I still like Helen. I'm very curious to see who the next leader of the DA is. Do you have any insight on that, Gufle?
Unfortunately, I can't share. You're asking me a question that will only be answered in Congress. Because in the DA, unlike other stockfells like Action SA or the PA, we've got Congresses. We vote for our leader. So I cannot tell you that it's going to be Jordan or it's going to be Helen or Celia or myself or Solly Malatsi. I don't know. We've not even opened the nominations process yet. The nominations process is set to open in late Feb. So once the nominations open, we'll be able to see who's competing for what position. And remember, in the DA, we don't have nominations from the floor. We are a very organized party. If you've got issues about not making the cut for nominations, there's Pretoria High Court. You can go and argue over there. We run a very well-oiled machine. I was at a DA regional congress last week, actually, where we voted in Cruzan Bosch to be the regional lead of Tshwane for a second term. She has done fantastic. The Congress went for 1 day. 1 day. In the ANC, 1 day they are still greeting and singing. For us, we greeted each other, we voted, we've got our leader, we are happy. And I can tell you, by the time April comes, April the 10th, we will be voting in a new leader. And that will be a leader that will steer us into a new, vibrant, dynamic direction and lead us towards 2026. So from that perspective, I'm happy where the DA is currently going.
I think we got to jump in here and just make something clear. So a lot of this stream has been about sort of bashing the DA or supporting the DA, but I think we've lost a lot of focus here, because in reality, the DA are not at fault for the decline of the country, whether you like their policies or you like the leaders or where they're going or not. The problem is the ANC. And I think that unfortunately, while we can have this discourse and say, okay, this party's a little bit more spot on here, that one over there, the main thing is to basically, we've got to pretty much team up and get those sort of like-minded parties together and get them to a stage where they can be 51% of the votes and finally get the ANC out. And I just think that unfortunately what we're seeing, it's almost like what you're seeing on the American right, where you've got the traditional conservatives versus the woke right. You're just fighting from within that sort of political bloc. And so I do think that ultimately we really need to sometimes just turn the temperature down a little bit and focus on the real goal at hand, which is to get a sort of functioning, we can call it a center-right coalition in place. We've got to get it to that level so that we can finally get the ANC out. That's what I think our focus should be on.
And Matthew, I just want to state something very important as the discussion carries on. We're all South Africans. So for those that love this country, want to see a better South Africa. It's just as simple as that. We know there's political parties, different policies, different, ideas. But at the end of the day, we need to understand that we're all South African. Yes, we will disagree, but we have to keep the respect, like Joe said. But I want to make something very important here. We have evidence of 30 years of how bad the ANC governed this country. We have that evidence. We have seen, and this is where I'm going to side with the DA, but where the DA has a better track record when it comes from infrastructure, setting up things in their provinces, in their cities. So the DA does have a bit of an upper hand on the ANC. Even Cyril Ramaphosa himself said, listen here, why does the DA cities look better than the ANC cities or the municipalities? So there is that evidence. And I think South Africans need to remind themselves that we have to go back to the facts. It's not an emotional rant or your party this. No, let's look at the facts. Let's look at what you have done right and what you have done wrong. And we come to this middle ground to say, but what can we do better? Now, for me, the ANC will not do that because they are literally out the door. They do not have power anymore. We've seen it with the last election. And so all South Africans have to understand is that we need to come together as a country and say, who do we want as our leaders? Who is the ones that have the track record of making a change in specific sectors so that we can appoint them? And this is where South Africans have to come together on policies. What can we do to better the country? You know, we can have all these lives and we can talk about it till the sun comes up. But at the end of the day, South Africans themselves have to make those decisions, because politics is in our everyday living. The petrol we put in the car, the electricity, the water we use, so many other things. Politics is in our lives. So South Africans are going to have to start waking up and realize you cannot stand by a braai and complain of the condition of the country, but yet you're doing nothing about it. So for me, in my household, I want us to actually say something about this country, because this country cannot go on, because there's no future for Joe's children, for my children, for everybody else's children. There's going to be no future, because we have a comrade that has a red cap on and screams and shouts and wants money from white people, but he doesn't have policies. And we have political leaders playing games. Like, South Africans are tired of the games. Stop playing games and fix the country. It's the same thing I said with Cyril Ramaphosa and his dialogue. Dialogue as much as you want, but people want action. People don't want you to see you talk. We want to see the change in our roads. You know, Helen Zeller she was trolling the ANC municipality or the government of sitting in a massive pothole. She was trolling. And that was brilliant, because that's actually saying that's the condition of South Africans at the moment. And so we need to come together as a nation, say what we want, put the policies in place, get rid of the horrible laws, the bad policies, the bad things that's going to cause this country to fail. And those that are responsible for the downfall of this country needs to take responsibility. They need to take the consequences of their actions, because we're sitting with, you know, the mere fact that they want to come after, like Joe did a brilliant a small documentary on it, and I think we should go further in it about how they want to take, you know, gun rights away. They want to do this, and I'm just thinking to myself, is this the country we want? And this is what I asked the South Africans last year, what kind of country do you want? Do you want people to prosper in this country, or do you want us to fail? And the way we're going, we passed that fail mark. We passed it completely. And South Africans are going to have to wake up and realize that we need to come together as a nation. We need to make the right decisions, because this that I'm literally watching now on SABC, this is just an act. This is just a waste of taxpayers' money. I don't want to see this. I want to see physical change in this nation. And that's where South Africans are at. The mere fact that South Africans are not even watching it says a lot of the condition of the country.
That's an excellent point. I just want to welcome back Rob herself, who's coming back online with us. Hello, Rob. How are you doing?
I'm excited to be here with Matthew Cohen. He's a kind of a hero. I've been saying, let's get him on Truth Report. He's the real up-and-comer.
All right.
Thank you, Rob. That's much appreciated, especially coming from you.
Great. Gents, just before we continue with the discussion, I think we're seeing imagery of Cyril coming and arriving at Sona.
Why have I lost the sound?
Before we continue, Rob, can you hear me? I think Rob, can you hear me?
I'll check in again. I can't get my sound working.
All right. Okay. So just before we get into, Sona again, I just want to do some housekeeping once again. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have a moment, the Truth Report is doing a 1 million rand drive in order to help DJ Warras, and his children. So all of these, we're raising 1 million rand. It's a trust fund, family trust fund for the Stock family. And all that money is going to go towards his children. So please, if you enjoyed what DJ Warras was doing and you want to help his family, please head on over to the link in the description, or screenshot, or use your phone, scan the QR code now, donate. Every little bit helps, and share the link if you cannot donate. Then the other thing I wanted to mention, ladies and gentlemen, is please head on over to our website, the Truth Report website. We have some exciting predictions that you guys can do on that website. One of which is this one. Will any current cabinet minister be arrested based on the Madlanga Commission findings in the next 3 months? You answer yes or no. We would love to hear from you. Please go to the website and give in your vote to a plethora of questions. We very much would like to hear your opinion, and we probably will share some of those results on a future live stream. So please go check that out. It's truthreport.co.za, or wait, I don't know. Yes, truthreport.co.za. You can also find a lot of your favorite content creators, some of which are on this stream. You can find their content on that website as well. Rob, welcome back. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Joe.
Awesome.
Looks like
I
JP
see
come in.
JP. Yeah, we seem to have some technical issues with JP at the moment. I think he's moving over inside to the Sona, but I do have another feed of Sona here. I don't know what this lady is saying, but I don't know if it's probably a performance. So yeah, there's a bit of a performance happening now. We can see some of the ministers and so on sitting there. Yeah, there's Cyril Ramaphosa acting very, very impressed with this performance. But yeah.
Duff guy himself.
Rob, we didn't really get a chance to hear from you earlier, but what would you, as a businessman, right? You've got a lot of investments, you got a lot of interest in South Africa. What would you like to hear from Cyril today?
I'd like to hear his resignation, but as that's probably not going to happen, what I'd like to have is that duff, useless president put his hand up and say, on the drive here, I've realized nothing's working. The last 7 SONAs that I've done, I've said the same thing. I've made promises at zero delivery. And I've realized it. I've realized our ridiculous, corrupt, useless ANC ideologies don't work. And I'm taking a unilateral decision to get this country moving in the right direction. And the right direction, very simply, is what all the gang on Truth Report have been saying. I'm listening at last. Cyril, we're going to change direction. We're going to do what the Swedes did in 1992 and shift away from a useless socialist theocracy to a pro-West, capitalist, libertarian, rule of law, and a country that can grow at a real 4 to 5%. But he's not going to do it.
No, he's not going to do it. We all know that. There's a question for you, Rob. Rob, why don't you run for office? You have so many brilliant things to say and offer. Why not lead from the front?
But which party? I mean, the DA is too left-wing for me. Corn Mulder and Ronaldo Gous are way better than I will ever be in the Freedom Front Plus. Gayton's got the PA, the Zulus have got the IFP. I mean, did I start my own party, start from scratch? It's just, I think I'm doing a better job where I am right now. And, once you join a political party, you've got to kiss babies and walk around shaking hands. And then you've got to sit in parliament listening to idiots talk rubbish, or in cabinet where people haven't done their homework. I can't do it. I really can't, but I really appreciate you asking me, everyone. Thank you. Not for me.
No, I would tend to agree with that. You get into politics and then, yeah, man, it can rot you from within. I think being an activist or someone who is allowed to say what they want to say, because you get involved with a party and then it's like, no, you can't say this, you can't say that. And
Navy, join the ANC.
Yeah.
Run for president. The ANC is a dead horse. It's dead. It's gone.
Although that would be one hell of a way to destroy them from within. That might be a bad idea. So, gents, I think the Sona is about to start, but we'll kind of shut up once Cyril is on the podium. So just waiting for that moment. They're currently inside the, I think they're at the City Hall now. Still haven't fixed Parliament. So yeah. We actually interviewed Gayton earlier, Rob, and he was very excited. He thought you were on, but you weren't.
By the way, I think Nick Pappas's comment, I'd be South Africa's Doge. Nick, I like that idea. I like to slice costs.
Absolutely. Gents, do you guys have any questions for Rob?
It's Here Comes Cupcake.
Oh, all right. Let's go to that.
Allow the President to address the nation. Honorable President.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Togoti Diza, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refile Mtsweni Tsipani, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, former Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Amos Masondo, former Chairperson of the NCOP, Dr. Naledi Pandor, Mayor of Cape Town, Alderman Jordan Hill-Lewis, he was nervous. He thought I wouldn't be able to pronounce his first name because it's wrongly spelled. Deputy Chief Justice Dunstan Mlambo, Chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Khosi Thabo Siatlulo, Isitwalandwe, Mayor Sophie de Bruyn, President of Contralesa, Khoshi Motupa Mukwena, members of Parliament, premiers of our provinces, fellow South Africans. 70 years ago, thousands of women of all races marched to the Union buildings, their hearts beating with a common purpose. Armed with extraordinary cunning and resolve, these women braved police checkpoints and harassment. In a voice loud and clear, they said, "We shall not rest until we have won for our children their fundamental rights of freedom, justice, and security." We recall the powerful image of Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Sophie de Bruyn, and Rahima Musa, carrying armfuls of petitions to lay at the doorstep of a prime minister who did not dare to meet them. Every petition they handed over carried the weight of justice. Each of the 100,000 signatures they had collected expressed a desire for freedom and equality.
On for a while. I'll join later.
For 30 minutes,
he's not going to say nothing.
The 20,000 women stood on the steps of the amphitheater of the Union buildings in silence, not singing, not moving, not speaking. The powerful imagery of these women standing in silence illustrated their resolve and their commitment to bring change about. Their silence reflected the deep emotional pain and frustration born out of systemic apartheid oppression. Their silence showcased the sorrow and the anger that these women felt in their fight for justice and equality. Their silence was long enough to be unsettling to the apartheid officials who were watching them. In that quiet moment, they showed the world that it is not the shouts of anger, but the stillness of determination that moves mountains. After the silence came the singing of the now eternally famous chant that has gone down in our struggle history, symbolizing the powerful role played by women in the struggle against apartheid. They chanted, "Watinta Bafazi, Watinti Mbogodo." Translated, it means you strike a woman, you strike a rock. It is said that the women's chant rolled down the terraces of the union buildings, turning the seat of state power into a stage of protest, where courage meets authority. This evening, we are honored to have amongst us Mam Sophie de Bruyn, one of the leaders that marched.
I just want to welcome Sama to the stream.
Struggle for freedom. She and many
What's good, squad? What's good, squad? What's up, Andre? Thanks, JP, for the background visuals. And hey,
what's up?
I never seen you before. Wait, hold on.
Ready to stand up.
You weren't one of the top 3 winners. Nah, I'm kidding. What's up, Matthew Cohen? Matthew Cohen in the house. What's up, brother?
Nah, good to meet you, Sama. Honored to be here, man.
Good to meet you too, man. Oh, heck yeah. Let's get it, man. An honor to have you here. An honor to have you here and listen to a man spit saliva on the screen whose tie is uglier than mine. All right, screw all these homies. Let's watch this man rehearse his speech in front of us all. Let's watch this man annually do his musical ritual where he continues to spew the same pathetic garbage ever. Thanks for the intro, Joe.
And then, of course, everybody stands and claps for him like sheep, you know, the Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa.
Well, remember, bro, this is
seated.
rehearsed, right? They probably had this practice before the speech actually happened.
Probably.
Mam Sophie de Bruyn, I can see where you are seated. Please stand up so that we can see you.
Jesus Christ, just start the speech already, man. We don't have all night.
Well, Sama, you're lucky you didn't join like 5 minutes before you did, because he didn't stop
It was
thanking
50
people.
years ago.
Yeah,
in
I
that
knew
same
that
spirit
because
of
the plan was to
defiance
join
and
the live
struggle
stream at exactly
that
7
young
p.m. on the dot, if
people
not
in
6:45.
Soweto
But then I watched the
out of
2025
school
SONA and the 2024
towards
SONA
Orlando
and the
Stadium
2023 SONA. And then I remembered he spends a good 15 minutes thanking everybody so that he can actually continue with the speech.
and the hated system of Bantu education.
If you're lucky, because he normally shows up late.
Their
I mean, it's a miracle he was
in
on
the
time this
face
time.
of
That as well. That as well. Very good point. It's a very good point. He's blessed
around
us
the world
with his early
and
arrival.
brought renewed
So we must all be
attention
grateful. All the
to our
tax-paying
struggle.
South African citizens must be grateful that
The
our
determination
Darth
and
Vader overlord
sacrifices
has
of the
arrived
youth
on time.
of 1976
Yeah.
and the generations of young people that would follow continue to inspire us. We thank the young people of 1976. "30 years ago, in 1996, in this very precinct, in the Houses of Parliament, the Constitutional Assembly adopted the text on which our democratic nation is founded. Our Constitution reflects the spirit of those women who marched in 1956, and the young people of 1976, and the many South Africans from all walks of life who fought for our freedom. It is a constitution that reflects the aspirations of the people of South Africa for a nation that is united and at peace, a nation that has thrown off the shackles of oppression and a divided past. It is a constitution that calls
in
on
case
us
everyone is
not
wondering what
only
he's
to
doing right
redress
now,
the
sorry to
injustices
just
of
cut
the
him,
past,
cut him short there,
but
but
to
in case everybody's
progressively
wondering what on
realize
earth
the
he's
right
doing
of
right now,
all
including
South
those watching at
Africans
home,
to
this is
housing,
Ramaphosa
to health,
casting a spell on you.
to
The
food,
spell is called
to
guilt
water,
tripping.
to
It's called
social
apartheid
security,
guilt.
to
Cyril is not
education,
stupid. He's
and
not
to a
mentioning the
better and
atrocities of
prosperous
apartheid
life
and the class
for
of
all.
1972 for no reason. This is a
Today,
very
we
important
must
part of a
realize
speech,
these
especially if you're an
aspirations
oppressive leader. You must make the people feel sorry for you, and you must play the victim so that they are willing to listen to what you have to say, even if it's the same garbage you've spewed for the past 6 years.
A world in which trade is used as an instrument of cohesion, a world in which might is right and the powerful impose themselves on the weak. To navigate this new world, we must draw on our strength as a nation. Our strength comes from our values, as articulated in our Constitution. The values of dignity, of equality, of non-racialism, non-sexism, diversity, and of the inherent worth of every person. It comes from our people. Our strength
they were
comes
falling
from our
asleep, and then did you see that?
Tolerance,
and then they got awake when the camera went
our
to
generosity, kindness, and solidarity.
I love this country,
it comes
guys.
From our steadfast commitment to upholding the rights and affirming the dignity of people.
Rob says, Joe, Matthew, Andre, Summer, please rescue us from this boring turd.
Persons with disability.
Wow,
man.
I mean, I came to the rescue, so believe it or not, I was actually on a call earlier with the people who were planning the SONA, and I said, look, I have my suit on, you know, I know what he says, because he says it every year. Why don't you let me address the nation? You know what I'm saying? And they were like, nah, we'll be fine. You can do the one next year. So, hey, I tried, you know.
What is up, gang? You said
what's
anything.
up? What's up?
What's good, brother?
Anything new happening this year?
It's a history class.
No,
Yes,
it's
there
just a
is.
history lesson.
Yeah, yes, there is.
It's
We're
a
doing
history
all of this
lesson.
in a new year, in 2026.
Still dwelling on the past.
Welcome, Jubersh.
Thanks, Joe.
If you have forgotten what happened in the past, he's quickly going to remind us.
Yeah, so this is the guilt-tripping stage. He makes everybody feel guilty and sorry for him. And then he's going to start talking about the electricity and then the water crisis and how everybody has potholes deeper than Zuma's secrets and how he doesn't have money in his couch.
Our strength also comes from our respect for one another, even as we may differ on various issues. Our strength also comes from our sporting men and women who continue to lift the South African flag on the world stage and bring glory to our nation.
Sorry, I just want to address some of the comments because there's people that think we're not the normal stream guys. We are allowed to commentate and talk and say things. So if you want to watch a clean feed, please head on over to SABC or wherever else. Watch the clean feed, no interruptions, and then you can come back here and hear the real truth about the state of the nation.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe.
But,
if they want to hear Cyril shove words into their throat, they're more than happy to go to the other channel. Thanks, man.
Of GDP growth, we know that it has to grow much higher and much faster to meet our social and economic challenges.
Okay, wait, this might be important. Hold on.
We have achieved 2 consecutive primary budget surpluses. Our credit rating has improved. Interest rates are coming down. And inflation is at its lowest level in 20 years.
So we're just straight up lying now.
We are on a clear path of stabilizing our national debt. The rand has strengthened against the dollar.
Yeah, but that's because the dollar weakened. The dollar's weakened against the pound and even the shekel. Like,
did you see how he grabbed? Did you see how he just grabbed that glory moment for himself?
Well, come on, guys. Let's not be negative. Inflation is at its lowest, even though everything else is more expensive than usual.
Is anybody in the chat buying this? Is anybody agreeing with Cyril when he says inflation is at its lowest? Is anybody buying what he says about the fact the dollar has weakened against the rand? That it's actually us doing something right? Chat, come in here. What do you guys think? Because actually,
we've made significant progress in accelerating economic reform.
That's a good point, Drew. And I think something that everybody needs to take note of as well is that inflation at the moment, I think it was like 3.5% in December, right? But the economic growth is only hovering around 1%. So what actually is happening here, right, is that the money that the country's generating is only growing at like 1%, but then the prices are going up 3%. So your purchasing power is just getting weaker all the time. So it's not the flex he thinks it is. And he just thinks that we're all daft enough to buy into this.
We have restored our passenger rail system.
You're right. It went from 3.5. It was 3.6 in December. It's now 3.5.
Newly locally made trains, significantly reducing their traveling costs. We are investing across our country in roads, in bridges, in rail lines, in ports, in dams, and in solar farms. We have created over 2.5 million opportunities through the presidential employment stimulus, mainly for young people and women. The expanded works program and community work program continue to offer job opportunities to many throughout the country. Last year, we saw the highest matric pass rate in our history, with more than 2/3. Now, with more than 2/3
And what was the
of
pass
all
rate?
bachelor passes,
I mean, what was the
coming from
requirement to
schools
pass?
in the most disadvantaged communities.
Not just that, they don't account for who drops
As
out.
the economy continues
Okay.
to grow,
They're-
the rate
So,
of
yeah,
unemployment
that's not the true
must
reflection.
come down. By expanding
Yeah, I
our
remember the
social
DA used to
protection
publish that.
system through the SRD
Like,
grant,
I'm
we
not
have
an expert
reduced
when it comes
the
to
number of
measuring matric
people
pass
living
rates,
in
but if I'm not
extreme
mistaken,
poverty.
the pass rate automatically
We are
increases when the amount of
strengthening our
dropouts leave.
anti-corruption
Like when
laws.
the amount of
Our
dropouts
country
increases,
has been
the pass
removed
rate increases because it's
from
fewer
the
students,
grey
meaning they
list
count
of
in their
financial
passes as well.
absentee.
Good point.
We continue to make the progress that was difficult to make in previous years. The work we have done to rebuild key institutions from state capture is showing results. The South African Revenue Service is once again a world-class tax authority.
He's not lying about that. I think the only thing we've got that still works properly in this country.
Because they want their money.
The Investigating Directorate continues with its work and is making
Yeah, well, that was like the main
progress
reason for getting
in the
off the grey list.
prosecution
Little do they know
those
that it's
who need to
because
be
of the
prosecuted.
state's
Most
stinginess,
importantly,
greed.
our democratic system is maturing. Our democratic system is maturing and growing stronger. The government of national unity, you will love this, has shown that it is possible
All right,
for South
spill it, buddy.
Africans to come together from across the political spectrum to work on a common agenda for growth and progress. Last year, we hosted the leaders of the world for a successful G20 summit, which
what did it
showcased our
achieve?
country's strength on the global stage.
No more load shedding.
Confidence is rising amongst investors, business people,
Wink,
and
wink.
consumers. Now, these improvements are the result of a determined effort across government and across society. They show what is possible when we work in unity and we work with unity of purpose. Now we have a unique window of opportunity to translate these gains into sustained growth. Despite this progress, we must be honest about the challenges that we still face. Although we are moving forward, we must not claim any easy victories. We are still far from where we need to be. For too many people, life remains hard. Jobs are scarce and opportunity is out of reach. South Africans are worried about violent crime and corruption. They are concerned at the state of local government and its inability to deliver basic services in many parts of the country. Above all, they are desperate for work and for an income to support their families. We can only be strong when we are equal, when the progress we have made is shared by all South Africans. The Constitution calls on us to work towards a society in which every South African has a fair chance to make a better life for themselves, in which every child receives a decent education and an opportunity to work and to thrive, a society in which we reclaim our public spaces and meet one another in the streets as equals, in which the state works for the people and the corrupt face consequences. This State of the Nation address outlines the actions that we have taken since last year and the steps we will take this year to advance the strategic priorities of the Government of National Unity. And these priorities, to remind ourselves, are firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. This evening, we outline the work we must do, work that we must do together to build stronger communities and a stronger nation. We outline the work we must do together to build a South Africa that is more prosperous, more inclusive, and more peaceful, more united, and ultimately more equal. A stronger South Africa must be safe and secure. The cost of crime is measured in lives that are lost and futures that are cut short. It is felt also in the sense of fear that permeates our society and in the reluctance of businesses to invest. Children here in the Western Cape are caught in the crossfire of gang wars. People are chased out of their homes by illegal miners in Kagiso, in Gauteng, by Poba Mogale as well. Women are murdered by their partners in their homes. Building sites are shut down by criminals. This must and will change. Organized crime is now the most immediate threat to our democracy, our society, and our economic development. Our primary focus this year is on stepping up the fight against organized crime and criminal syndicates.
You don't say. You don't say.
And we will do so
You'll notice nobody cheered.
Somebody said something. Sorry, I cut them off.
Integrated law enforcement. We will tackle organized crime.
Wait, I think, Matt, you were saying something. Sorry, I cut you off there.
Someone I was saying, you'll notice nobody cheered when you mentioned combating corruption. They all know it's them.
And deploying
yeah. You're right, Drew. You're right.
Like organized crime, and once again, the guys in the seats.
Dismantling criminal networks.
Very true.
To strengthen our fight. Now, to strengthen our fight against gang violence.
My man's lies are so big, I need my glasses.
We will be deploying the South African National Defence Force to support the police.
Willy-nilly says, you are the criminal syndicate. Yeah, actually, you're right, Willie. They are the criminal syndicate. But the best way to try and evade the attention from yourself is to say we're going to stop the criminal syndicates as if you have nothing to do.
As I said, I will be deploying the South African National Defence Force to support the police as we did to great effect with illegal mining.
By the way, does anybody remember Phala Phala? Why won't you talk about that?
The Minister of Police and the SANDF to develop a technical plan on where our security forces should be deployed within the next few days in the Western Cape and in Gauteng to deal with gang violence and illegal mining.
I'm not sure how they're going to do that with like 2 submarines and 3 tanks and like 1 working jet. But hey, it'll be interesting to
And
follow.
you're being kind there. And actually, you're being kind there, bruv, because those things you mentioned don't even work. They are outdated.
Deployment of our soldiers and what it will cost. We have to act to rid our country of gang violence.
What would actually help is if you mobilize private security, but you're not allowed to let the private sector do anything. Him, Steenhuisen, it's all got to be state controlled.
The root causes of crime through coordinated interventions across society, from street lighting to access to social services. We are going to tackle gun crime by streamlining legislation.
That lady at the back there has more makeup than the Sangomas on the mountains.
Possessing and trading in firearms and ammunition.
And he's going to do that by stripping guns from legal gun owners.
Laws. We are putting more boots on the ground through the recruitment this year of 5,500 police officers.
There you have it,
adding to
He
the
is coming
20,000
for your
new
guns.
officers we announced
he's
previously
not
in the
taking it
State
from his
of the
friends.
Nation address. We are also addressing the threat posed by the infiltration of illegal and counterfeit goods to South African jobs and industry. We are establishing a national illicit economy disruption program that brings together key state agencies and other stakeholders, including the private sector. Through the effective use
Byron's
of
comment
data
rings true. Also, let's not forget the fact that a lot of
AI
criminals
we
and
will be
gangs
targeting
and crime
high-risk
syndicates, etc.,
sectors
get their guns
like
illegally.
tobacco,
So I'm not quite sure how that's
fuel,
supposed to stop them.
alcohol,
It
and
only
other
stops the legal
counterfeit
people or law-abiding
products.
citizens. So.
And now he said it. He's let the nation know we're coming for your guns, for the legal
The
gun
hearings
owners.
of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry and the hearings
Just straight
that
out
are
of the
going on
communist
in the ad hoc
playbook.
committee
There's only one
here
reason to
have
disarm
exposed
the
rampant
law-abiding
corruption
citizens. There's only one
in the
reason.
SAPS and some metro police departments through the abuse of power. We cannot tolerate this. The rule of law depends on a police service that is ethical, responsive, and rooted in the communities that it serves. The
Very
South African
responsive.
Police Service
Very responsive. Just
has
like how the
established a
National
task
Prosecuting
team
Authority
ensure
and the
that
Constitutional Court
investigations
was
arising
responsive
from the
and not
Madlanga
even
Commission
replying to what happened
are
regarding
undertaken
Palapala, even though it's
swiftly
been 12
without
months already.
interference. The State Security Agency will revet the senior management of the South African Police Service and Metro
You mean the State
Police
Security
Department.
Agency that was captured by Vusiket
The
Makala?
vetting process will include lifestyle audits as well.
Same one.
As we have successfully done with previous commissions, we will use the recommendations of the Madlanga Commission to make far-reaching changes. We are determined that the Commission's findings and recommendations will lay the basis for a fundamental reform of our criminal justice system. We are
I'm genuinely
confident
curious
that
to hear
these
if anybody in the
efforts will
chat thinks that's
succeed
actually going to happen, because we all know
the
what
great
happened
majority
with the
of
previous
police
big Zondo Commission. Not a
dedicated
single
upholding the
conviction.
law
Nothing.
and diligently serving the people of South Africa. Now, drawing on the success of Operation Vulindlela in advancing economic reform, we will use a similar approach to establish a hard-hitting new criminal justice reform initiative. This will crack down on organized crime, on illicit firearms, and trade, using a dedicated team to ensure that reforms are implemented across the system. We are further intensifying the fight against corruption by strengthening bodies such as the Special Investigating Unit, the National Prosecuting Authority, and the Hawks. We will finalize government's approach to the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council on the establishment of a permanent, independent, overarching anti-corruption body. We cannot accept that those who speak out against corruption are victimized, targeted, and killed. The Whistleblower Protection Bill will be introduced in Parliament. Among other things, this will criminalize retaliation and provide psychosocial, legal, and financial support to whistleblowers. And there will be a special focus on restructuring our procurement system with a view to ending corruption. The Auditor General
willy-nilly said, where's your friend, Mamela? Okay, well, this is interesting. Mamela's not his friend. That's his nephew, his mafia boss nephew, who happened to live next to him at one stage.
And we must therefore act. Measures will be taken. Measures that we will take will include the use of technology and the finalization of the new Public Procurement Act regulations by mid-2026. We cannot fight organized criminals by treading softly. We must act with zero tolerance and bring the full force of the law to bear. And I'd like this message to be clear. There will be no impunity for acts of criminality and corruption. In addition to crime,
while everybody is applauding like NPCs, I just want to mention, if you haven't voted on the Truth Report website, you've missed out a lot, and I suggest you do so now. There's a lot of predictions you can get yourself into. Follow their Instagram, where you can also vote on their articles. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't yet, and we'll genuinely appreciate the super chats. For myself, and as well all the gentlemen that were here hours before I was. Shout out to Joe Emilio for hosting, and thank you, JP, for working behind the scenes.
Our people have been expressing through demonstrations in various parts of Gauteng. Now, these protests have been fueled by the frustrations that our people are feeling over inadequate.
ABC just gave a super chat, a 70 super chat saying, you guys are only hope. Keep up the good work. Thanks. Thank you for donating to the Truth Report. Keeps us going much more than you think. Thank you for being such a loyal member and sitting with us through this massive horror movie, this absolute terrible trilogy known as the State of the Nation Address.
And engage with our communities. Now, I can see you are excited. As we speak.
Order, honorable
yes, we are. Yes, we are excited. Dion Bean just gave a 99 Rand super chat. Of course we're excited. Thanks for that, brother. We love you.
The message. Thank you.
As we speak, they are in Gauteng at the moment, engaging with our people, explaining to them precisely how government intends to immediately deal with the challenges that our people are experiencing. They have informed me that the pipes that had been damaged are being repaired and the reservoirs are filling up again.
Of course, just like the city of Tshwane.
This comes from
George is about to announce a drought crisis.
Inadequate maintenance of water systems by many of our municipalities. And the main cause of the problems are now the reason why we are now having empty taps. There is no silver bullet.
Neglect, that's the reason.
This challenge,
100%.
which has its roots in systemic failures and many years of neglecting infrastructure. To ensure water security is in the long term, we are building new dams, upgrading existing infrastructure. We have committed 156 billion Rand in public funding for water and sanitation infrastructure over the next 3 years.
How much for water?
The construction of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and other large-scale projects like the Ntabelanga Dam, part of the Umzimvubu Water Project in the Eastern Cape, is advancing. And we are in the final stages of establishing a national water resource infrastructure agency to effectively manage the country's water infrastructure and mobilize funding for infrastructure. However, the real challenge lies not in the availability of water, but in getting water to people's taps. The Water Services Amendment Act, or bill, will enable us to hold water service providers accountable for their performance, and if they don't perform, to be able to withdraw their licenses if they do not deliver. If a municipality is not willing or able to provide a service to its residents, then it must be done by another structure that can do so. Now, these reforms
Another party,
will
perhaps.
address the root causes of the water crisis. In the short term,
Yeah, and it's just unbelievable how time and again he just finds excuses and blames everybody else but himself. But
3
I wouldn't
years
expect
ago,
any better.
when we were experiencing daily power cuts, we established the National Energy Crisis Committee to enable a focused national response. We overcame what seemed like an insurmountable challenge by adopting a clear plan and delivering on it. Using the same approach, we will now elevate our response to water crisis to a National Water Crisis Committee, which I will chair. The structure will bring together all existing efforts into a single coordinating body. The Deputy President has been working with a number of water authorities in the country, and we will coordinate all that to make sure that we address this problem. It will deploy technical experts and resources from national government to municipalities facing water challenges. It will ensure that action is taken swiftly and effectively to address the problem. To address the challenges effectively, we will not hesitate to use the powers that are enshrined in our Constitution and in the Water Services Act to intervene in municipalities where necessary. National government cannot stand by and believe that local government will be able to solve the problem which they are not able to solve. National government will therefore intervene. We will hold to account those who neglect their responsibility to supply water to our people. Government has already laid criminal charges against 56 municipalities that have failed to meet their obligations. We will now move to even
And who
lay
runs those
charges
municipalities,
against
I wonder?
municipal managers for violating the National Water Act. The critical problem is that in many metros, in many of our cities and towns, water revenue is being used for other purposes, and very little is invested in upgrading and maintaining water infrastructure.
Anton, thanks for the
To
super chat,
address
man.
this challenge, in line with the commitment that we made last year, we have introduced a new 54 billion rand incentive
Yeah, Anton
for
said
metros
false promises are going to affect our
reform their
children.
water and sanitation
Unfortunately,
electricity
Anton, they're already
services.
affecting us now.
This will ensure that the revenue from water usage is put straight back into fixing pipes, into fixing reservoirs, and into pumping stations. Water outages are a symptom of a local government system that is not working. A far-reaching overhaul is now underway to address the root causes of dysfunction in many of our municipalities.
You are the root cause.
Places, local government administrations are weak, don't have the capacity, and are also governed by patronage rather than by technical capacity, and merit.
Oof.
In her most
And I
recent
wonder which
report on
party
local government,
is responsible for
the
that.
Auditor General said,
3 guesses who?
local government is
Salzburg,
characterized by
the rare one.
inefficient accountability, failing service delivery, poor financial management and governance,
Small
weak
South Burns.
institutional capability, and widespread instability. She says that arresting the decline of local government will require our collective action. We are now taking collective action. Learning from
I'm
our
not quite sure what
experience
this means. Maybe
the
she's
past
also losing
30
patience and
years,
is like, listen, just
we
get on
will,
with it,
in the
man.
coming months, finalize a revised white paper on local government. This will provide solutions for the functioning of an effective local government system. The white paper will reimagine the way that our local government should work. The current system is too complex and fragmented, expecting even small and weak municipalities to take on many responsibilities. We will propose fundamental changes that recognize the reality that some municipalities can take on more functions than others, and that we need a differentiated approach to municipal powers and responsibilities.
So they want more
We're
centralization.
also proposing a more
Exactly.
structured cooperation between municipalities
Exactly.
and traditional and Khoisan leadership institutions to enable
And I think that
community
decentralization
engagement
was
and
one of the
shared
few reasons why
problem-solving.
some municipalities
ensure
do
that
still
senior
have stable
officials
water supply.
in local
But this is just going to
have the
destroy it.
required qualifications and are appointed through an independent process free from political interference.
Andrea says,
Where
Summer, you're going to wake up and
municipalities
suffer with
fail,
us here, brother.
we will strengthen the ability of national government to intervene more quickly and to direct corrective measures in the interest of serving our people better. These changes,
Peter says that some
may
are
be
sleeping on the
difficult,
job, but I mean, most
but they
people in
must
police
be
stations and
done.
post offices do the
While
same. So we
these
can't exactly
fundamental
blame him. He's just trying to
reforms
fit in
are
with the
underway,
government.
we will continue to implement
Exactly.
targeted support
Maybe if I sleep more,
to
they'll let me
improve the
address the
delivery of
nation
basic
next week.
services
Summer
through the
displaying all the
presidential
qualifications he needs to be a
working
minister.
groups on eThekwini and Johannesburg.
Very
While
true.
we
Except
have
he
made
wasn't
I
late
thought it was
enough.
over.
stabilizing Ethekwini, which has led to investor confidence returning, there is much more that needs to be done in Johannesburg to deal with collapsing infrastructure, financial mismanagement, and electricity and water interruptions. The same applies to a few other metros in our country as well. There are many committed people with skills and experience working in local government. It is our responsibility to remake, reorganize, and better resource municipalities so that they can continue doing their work. As
Isn't
a
it
country,
amazing how he says
we're
that their local
increasingly
people are very
vulnerable
talented and we
to
must give them better
extreme weather
resources, but at the
conditions.
same time, when it comes
And
to
just a few
water, we've
weeks
got to
ago,
centralize the process. The guy just can't
catastrophic
make his mind
flooding
up.
in Limpopo and Mpumalanga, as well as parts of KZN, caused the loss of a number of lives and widespread
Did he just say
destruction
KZN?
of
Is that where he
homes,
built the university that
schools,
was incomplete?
clinics, and other infrastructure. I
Him and the
visited
EFF, remember, they were also
and
going to
where
build
there were
a
16
university.
houses, nicely built
And Malema was
houses.
busy with
As we
Alexandra until he
arrived,
said
it
there was no
just
more
an
space.
open field. The houses had been washed away. It was like there were no houses.
Yeah, and didn't
ever
he
before.
also
The
say that if they
foundations,
don't
the
build the
roofs,
university
and
within a
all
set
that
number
had
of
been
years,
washed
don't
away.
vote for the
The
EFF?
classification
And from
of
what I checked,
floods
those years are
as
up.
a
So,
national
yeah,
disaster
people
has
must
enabled
practice what they
national
preach.
and provincial government
Long overdue,
to
like a book in the
prioritize
library.
funding
They literally
to
like sold
address the
themselves away
most
to us.
pressing needs of the people who are affected.
Pretty much.
A stronger South Africa depends on a growing economy. For more than 15 years, our economy has experienced low growth. All our actions are now driven by the need for rapid and inclusive economic growth to create more jobs, and to create, for that matter, better quality jobs. To give effect to the medium-term development plan.
Starts the education system. The
Cabinet
education
has
system
approved
is
a
nowhere.
comprehensive
People are illiterate,
implementation plan
and they're
to
trying to get them
drive
into free
growth
jobs.
and inclusion. Through this plan, we are working
Well,
to
pretty much,
revise
and
and
illustrates-
conditions.
Well, come on,
firms
Drew. It's not
and
that bad.
companies
It's
to
not that they're
invest
illiterate. They
by
can't read
maintaining
without
a
meaning.
clear and stable macroeconomic framework. Investing
Yeah,
in
that's pretty
infrastructure
clear to
that
see on
works,
X every single
create
day,
a
especially
conducive
when they
regulatory
people
framework
that have that
that supports
EFF
growth and enables
picture, like I said,
competition
profile picture,
and a
and then they call
focused and
themselves comrade and
forward-looking
fighter.
industrial
The
policy.
minute somebody calls
The
themselves
foundations
comrade
of
or
this
fighter, you
plan
do not
is
engage with them.
investment,
It is just a waste of time.
particularly in public infrastructure, as well as labor-intensive growth sectors that are capable of future growth. Now, these include the digital and green economy, where young people will find employment opportunities. Infrastructure is much more than an investment in brick,
So
mortar,
Dylan
concrete,
Kruger said something quite
It is an
relevant.
investment in
He asked,
jobs,
what is inclusive
productivity,
economic growth?
in growth.
And I think the answer
many
really is that
years,
it's just another buzzword,
investment
because we've seen it
has
all the
been
time.
declining. We are
Inclusive,
now changing all
transformation,
that. Government
redress
has
injustices
committed
of
more
the
than
past.
1
All he does is he just
trillion rand
embellishes
in
and
public
he gives these
investment
flowery speeches where he
over
just
3
kind of
years
inserts
to
the
build
buzzwords at the right
and
times.
maintain
And
infrastructure.
that's what he
This
does.
is the
So
largest
yeah, I don't think
allocation
it
of
has
this
anything
kind
to
in
do
our
with,
country's history,
it has no meaning.
and it will be
It's just a
transformative.
buzzword.
It will create
I think when it
jobs
says inclusive
through
jobs,
the
it means that
infrastructure
everybody
fund
has no
and the
job.
new regulations
Not that
for
everybody gets a job.
public-private partnerships. We're using
Well, that is inclusive.
innovative
We all
funding
we'll all
models,
be on the same boat.
reducing risk and attracting investors to fast-track projects in energy, in water, in transport, and in the digital
You could attract
infrastructure.
investors if you didn't
We
have this
launched our
disastrous
first
foreign
ever
policy
infrastructure
and stuff
bond
like land
to raise
expropriation,
funding
because that's what's
for the
chasing the
infrastructure
investors away.
drive that we have embarked upon,
Who can
which
invest
was
in a
more
country where
than
you've got
2
an
times
unstable
oversubscribed,
energy grid, unstable
showing
water?
that
You don't know whether or
when
not
we
your
have
land's going to
put
get
our resolve
expropriated
forward and
without
have put
compensation the
forward
next day.
innovative
No sane
ways
person
of
is going to
raising
invest
money,
in that.
those with money, the private sector, do respond. Disputes arising from implementation of tenders often delay the implementation of necessary infrastructure. We often find that when an infrastructure project is about to be embarked upon, competitors start taking each other to court, and waiting for the long court process always delays the start of those projects. To prevent undue delays in critical projects, we will establish specialized courts for commercial matters with dedicated judges and dedicated court rolls to ensure faster outcomes in matters that have a bearing on the economy and development.
If you wanted
This will
to
speed
make
up
changes that would have
the
bearing on the
development
economy,
of our
you would strip
infrastructure.
away the horrific
This
BBE
year, we will
policies that you got
begin
in place.
the work to establish a professional state
Yeah,
property
Drew, that is
company
true.
to
And I think
transform the 80
most
to
of what we said
8,000
made sense,
buildings
right?
and
But let's be
5
honest here.
million
This is a guy who just
hectares
doesn't
of
care.
land
He's doing this
owned by
because
the
he's
state
obligated to, and he has
into
to say something. But
professionally
he
managed
doesn't care
engines
because
of
this is
growth and
obvious for
development.
anybody with a little bit of common sense. It really
I
is.
see you like this one very much. I will repeat it. Now, through Operation Vulindlela, we are working to transform the structure of our economy, to fix our infrastructure, and make our electricity, water, and logistics sectors more competitive and more efficient. Having put load shedding behind us, we must now
Anton, with the
transform
14
our
and super
energy
chat saying,
system
can we all hold our tax
to
until
ensure
service is delivered?
long-term
Well,
energy
unfortunately,
security.
Anton, you're in the wrong country for that. You cannot do that in
decades,
South
our
Africa. You cannot
economy
hold tax.
grew
In South
on the
Africa,
back
you
of
owe
cheap
your money to the
electricity.
government, whether they're doing anything
But
or not.
then state capture,
Yeah, and the big
mismanagement,
problem is that SARS
inadequate
is like
maintenance,
the one government
and
department that
inflated
actually does
mega
work. So
projects drove
Rather be a
up the
law-abiding
cost of
citizen, I say.
electricity to businesses and to ordinary citizens. Now, with the far-reaching changes that we are making to the sector, and with our abundant solar and wind resources, we will be able to drive down the cost of electricity. Regulatory changes have enabled a massive and growing pipeline of investment in renewable energy. By 2030, more than 40% of our energy supply will be coming from cheap, clean, renewable energy sources. We are now establishing a level playing field for competition so that we are never again exposed to the risk of relying on a single supplier to meet our energy needs. We are restructuring Eskom and establishing a fully independent state-owned transmission entity, as I have said before.
Again, with the
This
centralization,
entity will have
state-owned,
ownership
everything
and
is
control
state-owned
of
and
transmission
centralized.
assets and be responsible for operating the electricity market. Given the importance of this restructuring for the broader reform of the electricity sector, I have established a dedicated task team under the National Energy Crisis Committee to address the various issues relating to the restructuring process, including clear timeframes for its phased implementation. The Minister of Electricity and Energy, Minister of Finance, and the Minister of the Presidency, and other ministers will all work together to make sure that we come up with clear proposals and timelines and how this will be phased in terms of implementation. This task team will report to me within 3 months. In addition, we will this year commence the first round of independent transmission projects to enable private investment in expanding our national grid. There has been tremendous interest. There's been tremendous interest in investments in our transmission process. We will work in each province to address transformer overloading, illegal connections, and equipment failure with the objective of eradicating load reduction by next year. We are committed to the path that we have embarked upon to modernize our energy system. We have begun to turn around the performance of our rail system and ports so that our businesses can get their products to global markets. We've now enabled private rail operators to access our network on a concessionary basis, which will now allow different rail companies to compete to move volumes from road to rail. Later this year, we will initiate major public-private partnerships in our port terminals and rail corridors through a concession model that preserves public ownership by the state while mobilizing private investment and expertise. Last month, we concluded a partnership with an international port operator to manage the Durban Pier 2 container terminal, the largest in our country. Yes, Pier, you're right. This partnership, something good also comes from your side. This partnership will result in new investment in equipment and infrastructure at the port and will bring it back to world-class standards. We continue preparations for the introduction of high-speed rail in South Africa. I know you love this one.
I'd prefer if he fixed the water first.
Now this, I've been saying,
or the actual railways that he wants to develop
initially
from so badly. If we have any, they were all stolen
such
in
as
COVID.
Johannesburg and Musina, and eThekwini to Johannesburg.
I don't know, Sama. I don't think we can expect that of him. I mean, the guy can't even maintain a single road. I don't know who else here has spent any time in Joburg recently, but that place is like, it's like driving on the moon.
In my book, it should no longer take 5 to 6 hours to travel from eThekwini.
I'd argue and say the moon is a little smoother. Our puddles are pretty deep,
4.5
man.
hours from Johannesburg to Messina, when it can be done.
That's true. That's actually why you don't have any South Africans who went for the moon landing, by the way. The Americans went for the experience. South Africans didn't have to do it because we already have it.
Their willingness to participate in high-speed rail corridors when we put out the request for information last year. We are preparing to send out a request for proposals, which will introduce a new era of long-distance rail travel in South Africa at a faster pace. We are determined to compete.
It's insane that he's trying to sell that dream when we have the decay in our
industrial policy focuses on areas where we have competitive advantage, where we can create jobs.
What I'd like to know from you guys is, are any of you brave enough to hop on the test run of those high-speed trains?
Growth and strengthening our international
I just hope that he buys trains that actually fit the train tracks.
In a world where countries are looking to diversify their supply chains,
that's asking for a
bit much. We have an opportunity to ramp up our exports across the globe. We have a diverse economy, high-quality manufacturing facilities, and strong regulatory frameworks.
Manufacturing facilities
strengthening our capacity for trade negotiations and expanding our missions abroad to drive economic diplomacy. Amid the turmoil in the global economy, we are supporting our established industries.
Guys selling dreams, we can't even deliver basic services.
We have moved to revive our ferrochrome industry and to protect jobs.
That's it. And also, it's funny how he says they're working to revive the industries
and other sectors
when your
which employ
economic growth is like a
thousands
1%.
of South Africans in good quality jobs. Ministers
going to pay for this
are crunching the numbers on a daily basis, seeking to protect the jobs that could be lost through the decline of these industries that are now facing fierce competition. We are working with businesses and workers to close loopholes in our tariff structure and develop additional measures to protect and grow our manufacturing base. As we protect jobs.
Hey, Joe is back from taking a dump. How's it going, man?
Focus on sectors that will drive future growth. We know that we can create millions of good quality jobs in sectors like agriculture, mining, and services industry, as well as in the green economy. These are areas where we can be more than competitive. We can be the best in the world. Our agricultural sector is expanding rapidly. Already we are the
is completely destroying our farmers right now
in the world.
Oh, and of course, there's John, just in time, clapping away.
Hey
guys, look, it's the ANC.
To avocados, to maize, livestock, grapes, and wine. Through the blended finance scheme, working with the Land Bank and the commercial banks, we have provided 7.8 billion rand in innovative funding for Black producers. We will deploy 10,000 new extension officers to support farmers,
which is absolutely
and
inevitable,
to improve agricultural productivity. This will give rise to many opportunities for young people to be employed in the agricultural sector. I saw how this works extremely well in Ethiopia, in the agricultural sector, which was really the worst sector. They employed 40,000 or so extension officers who support farmers. And all of a sudden, agriculture has now become the best performing sector in their economy. While the rest of our agriculture is thriving, the cattle industry today is facing one of the worst outbreaks of foot and mouth disease our country has ever experienced. This disease is damaging our economy, resulting in export bans,
But he said the
trade
economy was growing.
restrictions, and the devastation of herds. We have decided
At
to
least he's mentioning
vaccinate
it, not dancing around
the
it.
entire national herd of 14 million cattle. This requires 28 million vaccines over the next few months. The state will facilitate the acquisition of the vaccine centrally to ensure that we get the right vaccine for the particular strain of the virus in South Africa. Like during COVID,
Does he and John really
people
just think that
felt
farmers are
tempted that they
stupid?
wanted to
Like, is
acquire
that
vaccines
really
for
where it's at? Like,
themselves.
do they not realize
But
that
because we
farmers
are a
depend on this for their
regulated
livelihood,
economy
and they
and
actually
country,
might pay it a
we
little bit
wanted
more attention
everything
than
to
a
be
whole bunch of
approved by our
random
authorities,
government,
SAPRA. Similarly, in this
monitors or
case,
whatever?
with
It's just
cattle
so
vaccines,
condescending. It's just
SAPRA,
so
our
condescending.
authority, will be the one single organization that will give approval. We will work closely with the private sector to enable an efficient rollout, and most importantly, we will ensure that commercial, private, and communal farmers have immediate access to vaccines. Now, I have established a task team made up of farming organizations, yes,
Even the crowd now.
yes.
How many task teams are you going to announce in
Farmer
the speech?
organizations and experts working together with the Minister of Agriculture and his department that will report to me every month about the progress we are making in dealing with the pandemic.
So what's the point of the minister then?
Now, why do we do this? We do this because we've got experts. We've got people with great knowledge. We need to mobilize them. We
Yeah,
need
and
to bring them
Steenhuisen
to
just
work
fired one of
with
those
government
experts yesterday.
because they have the know-how and the wisdom. We have classified foot and mouth disease as a national disaster and will be mobilizing all necessary capabilities within the state to deal with this crisis. Our services sector, from digital technology to financial services, is growing. Our financial institutions are some of the best
actually do something
in the
about it, that would be
world,
great too, though.
and they have the ability to compete in Africa and across the globe. We are attracting major investment in digital infrastructure with 55 data centers already built and more than 50 billion of investment expected over the next few years. Tourism is a vital driver.
I'd love to know where he gets these numbers, especially the way that he's making South Africa a pariah on the world stage, because there's no way that Iran is investing a cent in this place.
Our tourism sector made history last year, recording the arrival of 10.5 million visitors from overseas. We must now promote unique cultural, historical, and natural attractions of our country to reflect our country's identity. This can include traditional festivals, cultural areas in our country, local crafts, historical sites, and natural landscapes across the country in rural areas as well. As we strengthen our criminal justice system, we will make areas safer for tourists to visit. In the coming year, we will extend the electronic travel authorization system to all countries that require visas, enabling applications for tourists to be processed digitally within a 24-hour period. Now, the biggest opportunity of all lies in the green economy. We are pivoting our economy to be a leading supplier of products which the world will rely on in decades to come. We are expanding support for manufacturing of green products for global markets, from fertilizer to jet fuel, chemicals to steel. From March to this year, we will introduce 150% tax deduction for investment in new energy vehicles, while supporting the local production of batteries as well. International pledges to the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan now stand at approximately 250 billion rand. This is financing large-scale investment in manufacturing, infrastructure, as well as skills. South Africa has become the world's largest reserve of critical minerals. Our ore reserves are valued at more than 40 trillion rand, making mining a sunrise industry. After many years,
I love how he makes it sound like an achievement, but the reserves mean that the minerals were already there. You don't actually have to do anything for them to already be there.
Exploration to
And that we haven't had the
critical
systems
mineral
until now to take
Just
them out of the
this
ground.
week, the Industrial Development Corporation
Exactly.
announced more
It's
than
like the
300
natural
billion
gas
rand
under
in
the
funding for
Karoo.
the Frontier
There's so
Rare
much,
Earths
there's
project
trillions
in
of
the
square
Northern Cape.
feet, yet nothing's been
This
done
has
to
the potential
capitalize on that.
to become one of the largest and most and lowest cost new producers of minerals that are needed for smartphones, lithium batteries, and other products. Confidence in the future of South African mining was very evident during the mining indaba this week here in Cape Town. New gold, copper, rare earths, platinum, and coal mines are being opened. And Black people are players, serious players in this industry now of late. And we are happy about that. At the G20 Leaders Summit in November last year, the G20 countries supported our proposal
Just want to give
to
a quick shout out
expand
to this
local beneficiation of critical minerals
sign language
and the
interpreter.
export of finished goods. Critical minerals beneficiation that should take place at the source of extraction, right where the minerals are found. Over the South African Investment Conference,
That was them, not
we
us.
were able to raise 1.5 trillion rand in investment commitments. To date, over 600 billion that was committed has flowed into projects. New factories, mines, and other facilities are being opened each year. We have now set ourselves a target of raising 2 trillion rand in new investments over the next 5 years. We therefore look forward to hosting the 6th South African Investment Conference on the 31st of March of 2026. To build a more inclusive economy, we're going to back those who create opportunity. If every small and medium business in South Africa could employ one additional person, we would create 3 million new jobs. But many of these businesses, a number of which are owned by women and young people, cannot get funding to start or to grow. Many struggle to find markets for their goods and services, and nearly all small and medium enterprises have to contend with a multitude of regulations, of bylaws, of licensing requirements, and bureaucratic hurdles. We take seriously the public comments on the draft business licensing bill and will ensure that the final bill makes it easier, not harder, to start and to run a small business in South Africa. We will do that. This year, we will provide more than 2.5 billion
his speech
in
was an
funding
hour, not an hour and a half.
to over 180,000 small and medium enterprises and extend a further 1 billion in guarantees. Naturally, we seek we will seek to also focus on women and youth-led businesses to foster their empowerment. And we will amend the National Credit Act regulations to make it easier.
I'm dying to know what he
access
means by
credit at a
youth-led
lower cost.
businesses, because normally youth is
transformation
talking
of our
about people in
economy
school.
is
Normally when they
necessary to
speak
drive
about it,
sustained
now he's
growth,
talking about youth
to
in
reduce
business.
inequality,
Got me a little bit worried.
and correct the injustices of the past.
But
we are undertaking
30% of the youth is
a
unemployed.
review to refine, realign, and strengthen our broad-based Black economic empowerment framework to ensure that it supports
He secretly
greater
shouted me out, but
participation
didn't want to admit
and
it.
inclusive growth. Now, all these actions will create a stronger economy and fix the foundations that were broken. It is a matter of national concern that too many South Africans remain unemployed and too many young people struggle to find their first job. That is why we are rebuilding the economy. We are creating work and livelihood opportunities on a scale through public and social employment programs. In places like
Has this guy not
Standerton
seen
in
the
Mpumalanga,
unemployment rate lately?
the presidential
You're creating...
employment stimulus
No,
is
this is just
creating
insane.
work that matters.
He really
Turning
thinks we're all
dumping
just dumb.
sites into parks and empty yards into community gardens. The SA Youth Platform has provided millions of young people with access to work and learning opportunities for the first time. The Youth Employment Service, a partnership between business and government, placed over 200,000 young people in year-long work experience opportunities. This year, we will introduce regulatory changes that will make it much easier for businesses to participate in the Youth Employment Service and create jobs for young people. In the coming year, we will expand our public employment programs, including the Community Works Program and the EPWP and the Presidential Employment Stimulus. We will ensure that
Is
we are
Apple
better
Trollop sleeping?
coordinated, provide income support, skills development, and pathways into longer-term work, particularly for young people and women. To ensure that no one is left behind, we are implementing decisions to increase employment equity targets for persons with disabilities in the public service to 7% by 2030, and to mandate a 7% preferential procurement target across all government and public entities. Above all, however, a strong economy relies on a well-educated, capable, and skilled population. Our focus now is on establishing a firm foundation for learning in the early years of a child's life. We are expanding access to early childhood development through the Bana Pele mass registration of ECD facilities and an increase in subsidies for ECD learners. By making grade R compulsory, we are getting all our children off to a good start. We are intensifying efforts to fix the basic education system with a focus on early learning, literacy, numeracy, and mother tongue-based bilingual education. Now, we must congratulate the matric class of 2025.
That's a good dream.
Which
Let's see
achieved an
if it can work out.
88% pass rate.
I have my doubts.
Also, notice
Now,
how there's
this
that
is the highest pass
7%
rate in our
target.
history,
To me, it just sounds like another BEE,
reflecting
you know, it's
both
just quota
commitment
here, quota
of the
there.
learners
Let's just
and the
shrink down
interventions
people's
we have
flexibility
made
even
to
more.
improve learning, but we also congratulate them for the sacrifices they themselves have made to get where they are. As we welcome improvements Also address the high dropout rate in the
Them, not
last 2
us.
years of schooling. More learners must be able to write matric and take subjects like maths and science. That will enable them to progress further. To enable the youth today to transform our society and secure their future, we are preparing the ground for a skills revolution. We are undertaking a fundamental overhaul of the skills development system to implement a dual training model that integrates education with practical workplace experience. Now, this will enable young people, as they are trained for skills, to be almost certain that they will get jobs once their training has happened. We will reform.
What he's saying there makes sense. It's great, but you still need to have a functioning economy and a growing economy to
sector
place
education
those
training
jobs.
authorities, SETAs, to improve governance, strengthen industry
Exactly. And what happens
participation,
all too often is that
raise
people will
the
get an
quality of
internship or
training,
they'll do a graduate program,
align
but they don't get
skills
kept on
development to the
afterwards.
needs
So
of
it's
the
nice that they
economy.
get the experience, but they
Now,
end up
this
being unemployed at
includes
the end anyway. So it doesn't make a
improving the
difference.
use of TVET colleges as the primary sites for occupational training and artisan development. To support effective workplace learning, we will increase the proportion of the skills development levy returned to employers, restoring it to its original level of 40%. We will also transform the National Skills Fund into a more agile, outcomes-driven instrument that supports unemployed young people to access workplace experience and employment, building on successful initiatives such as Job Boost. These reforms will ensure that various training programs that we have in government are a door to opportunity, not a dead end. To absorb the increasing number of young people passing matric, we will expand opportunities for young people to enter institutions of higher learning. I have directed the Ministers of Finance and Higher Education to work on a proposal for us to build more universities and TVET colleges for specialized areas of focus.
That's the second year in a row.
An immediate problem is the great shortage. An immediate problem is the great shortage of student accommodation at our institutions of learning. I have also directed the Minister of Higher Education to
I don't know if
address
you guys
this
saw, but
challenge,
the lads at
working
NNMU was
together with
protesting
financial
today because there's no cash for
on
them.
innovative methods in which government can provide student accommodation. A stronger South Africa is built on strong communities, and strong communities look after their children. More than a quarter of children under 5 years are stunted, increasing their risk of disease and affecting their ability to learn and to grow. Now, this is devastating for children and their families and has an impact on our society as a whole. This year, we will embark on a mission to end child stunting and malnutrition by 2030 and tackle malnutrition amongst young children in line with the national strategy to accelerate action for children. We will focus on the crucial 1,000 days of a child's life, building on existing support such as this Child Support Grant. We will implement targeted interventions to ensure that pregnant women and low birth weight children get the protein and nutrients that they need. This is a massive crisis that demands attention and resources.
I'll tell you a massive crisis.
Now,
The fact
the
that
medium-term
65% of our
budget
homes don't have fathers in them.
that will be presented by the minister later this year will set out a clear allocation for the actions that we need to take. A major contributor to child stunting is excessive alcohol consumption, which can affect a child's development during pregnancy. Alcohol abuse leads to violence, leads to road accidents and crime. Now, to address this scourge, we call on provincial governments.
Why are people drinking themselves to
the
sleep?
regulation of
They have no hope.
alcohol.
They've got nothing else to do, so they escape into alcoholism.
Alcohol outlets, restricting trading hours, and ending.
Yeah, Drew, he's not interested. He's not interested because ultimately, just as is the case every single year, he will look to blame absolutely everybody else but the ANC and himself.
And the answer he's giving is more government overreach, controlling when you can buy alcohol and not trying to fix the actual problem. The alcoholism is just a symptom of the problem, which is that our people don't have hope.
With the stakeholders.
Exactly. And a lot of it, I'm not saying all of it, but a lot of it comes down to joblessness and different issues like that. And ultimately, those issues could get fixed if the government fostered an environment where you can be a little bit more pro-business, less red tape, ensure that new businesses can start. Because the minute you have more prosperity for people, the less they turn to things like alcohol and drugs. But
into the future.
100% hit the nail on the head there, Andre.
This year, we will redesign the grant to more effectively support livelihoods, skills development, work opportunities.
With money he's getting from where?
We know that most of the money provided through the social grant
taxpayers, the 7.5 million that they are at the moment. And it's horrifying because I think there's only, I think SARS said there's 7.5 million, but then you've got over 28 million grant recipients. So you've literally got this tiny little tax base supporting all the grant recipients, and then of course everybody else who is either too young to work and whatnot.
Where people are given subsidies for ownership and rental in areas that are suitable for them. We are shifting from building houses for people to supporting them to build, to buy or to rent their own houses. Yesterday marked the 60th anniversary of the declaration of District 6 here in this city as a white group area. A couple of 100 meters from here where we are, more than 60,000 residents were forcibly removed and relocated to the Cape Flats. The destruction of District 6 is a painful reminder of our shared responsibility to redress the injustices of the past and to build vibrant and cohesive communities. The restitution
there, just as I said at the beginning, he will mention redress.
Affirmed the lawful right of former residents of District 6 and their descendants to come home. That return has required court supervision, detailed planning, and sustained public investment. Many homes have now been completed and handed over to verified claimants. With 500 million rand allocated to this work, we are proceeding with phase 4 of the construction. The restoration of District 6 is a goal we all seek and a responsibility that we must all shoulder. We are working to build a healthy nation. As part of preparation for the National Health Insurance, we are investing in health facilities, in personnel and systems to improve access to quality care. We will be undertaking substantial investment in health infrastructure, prioritizing the construction and revitalization of our academic hospitals. On a recent visit that I undertook, led by Minister Motsoaledi, to George Mkhari Hospital in Ga-Rankuwa, I witnessed the dire effects of inadequate health infrastructure. Starting with George Mkhari Hospital, we will be working with various public and private financing institutions to finance the building and revitalization of that hospital as well as other healthcare facilities. Now, as a nation, we are finally able to imagine a country without HIV/AIDS. In support of our program to prevent and ultimately to eliminate HIV, we will be undertaking a massive rollout of lenacapavir, a 6-monthly injection that has proven highly effective in preventing transmission of HIV. We are also working to end cervical cancer in our country by mobilizing society to ensure that every young girl between the ages of 9 and 15 receives HPV vaccine. Last year, we
Which turned out
established
to be incredibly damaging.
classified
Bottles of vaccines have been horrific.
gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. Now, through this classification, we are able to better coordinate our response and direct efforts towards the most impactful interventions. Building on the National Strategic Plan, we will mobilize all sectors of society through communication and social mobilization to challenge harmful attitudes and practices. We will continue to promote women's economic empowerment through training, financial support, and preferential procurement. We will strengthen law enforcement through faster investigation, improved case management, expanded sexual offenses courts, and action against repeat offenders. We will scale up survivor center support, ensuring access to shelters, one-stop service centers, mobile and rural outreach, and the placement of social workers in our police stations. Illegal immigration continues to pose a risk to our security, our stability, and economic progress. We will address this problem while ensuring that the fundamental rights of every person in this country are upheld and protected. This year, we will take additional steps to secure our borders. Funding to strengthen border security will be prioritized, covering infrastructure, technology, and people. Now, key border posts will be redeveloped through public-private partnerships, and we will extend the electronic travel authorization to all international airports and the busiest land ports of entry. We are already using drones and technology to greater effect all along our borderline. The police, home affairs, and labor inspectors will work together to crack down on violations of existing immigration, labor, and other laws. Employers who hire foreign nationals without the required permits or visas will face the full might of the law. Now, to tighten enforcement, we will hire an additional 10,000 labor inspectors this year. As we undertake these interventions, we insist that the laws of our country must be observed by everyone. We will not tolerate violence and acts of lawlessness directed at foreign nationals. No foreign national should be unlawfully barred from accessing public facilities, including health facilities and schools. To build a stronger South Africa, we need an ethical and capable developmental state. A capable state needs committed and honest public servants with the right skills,
I love that.
Culture of service.
Let's
Over
go.
the past year, we have passed significant new legislation to professionalize the public service. The Public Service Amendment Bill will protect
No one claps.
key appointments from political interference and ensure that capable and qualified people are appointed to senior positions on the basis of their suitability for the job. Lifestyle audits have been made mandatory.
Funny, because that's not what
senior
BEO over the
public
past
servants
32 years
reaching
has
93%
prescribed.
compliance across departments. We are establishing a central registry for disciplinary cases across all spheres of government. This will prevent people who are facing or have undergone discipline action from being employed elsewhere in the state. We are continuing to improve governance and performance of state-owned enterprises like Eskom, Transnet, Denel, Prasa, and others. This includes the implementation of clear standards of appointment to ensure that the leaders of these entities have the right qualifications and experience. We will continue to work in a phased manner towards a centralized model of managing our SOE portfolio so that we can set standards, improve governance, and ensure financial sustainability to deliver on their mandates. This includes finalizing the National State Enterprise Bill, which will be done in this Parliament. We will harness digital transformation as a driver of growth, of inclusion and effective service delivery. This year, Home Affairs will launch the digital ID to enable safe and secure use of digital services for all South Africans.
Look how happy Leon Shriver's getting.
Danger,
danger. So pathetic.
Matric certificates and services.
Didn't they already have
at
this
the
problem in the
Master's
UK?
Office. Citizens will be able to fill out police statements online and eligibility for SASSA grants online and be tested remotely. All these services will be made available by my Mzansi platform. Soon, every South African will be able to access many of the services they need without having to visit a government office or filling out manual forms.
And that's
This
great.
year,
The problem with the digital ID system is that if you try and rock the boat and say something the government doesn't like, you end up like the Chinese brothers that the
decreasing
government just cuts them
queues
out.
and waiting times. We will also work with civil society to ensure that citizens' protection
You guys better know you guys are all on that
rights are
list.
safeguarded through this
Gonna get your
digital
Facebook turned
revolution.
off real quick.
For South Africa to be strong, our continent, Africa,
Yeah, exactly.
must be
And
at
wait
peace
until he starts talking
and it must
about
prosper.
digital voting
To
or
advance
something
the
like
values
that.
of our
Because what
constitution,
I'd like to know
to
is that if
promote
you're going to
our
use a
national
digital
interests,
ID, whether it's for
we
voting
seek
or
a
filling out a
world
police
that is
report or whatever,
sustainable,
how do we actually know that
just,
it's you?
and
How do we
inclusive.
not know that it's somebody
In
impersonating
an
you?
increasingly volatile world,
I'm not
South
even that
Africa
stressed about that
holds
aspect of it.
firm
You can use some
the
blockchain to
principles
verify.
that
What my
define
problem
our
is that I don't
G20
trust the government in
presidency
charge of the
and
system.
underpin our foreign policy, which is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Now, through our position in the African Union and the Southern African Development Community, SADC,
Yeah, you do actually
we
make a
are
good point.
advancing
But
regional
then I guess
integration,
the
peace,
big
and
issue
stability.
is that you've also
We
got the
know that
situation
we
of, yeah,
can-
you could be using blockchain, but do
we
we trust the
are
government
using
to
our international
actually
relations
follow through with all
to
the checks and
support
balances?
domestic
Yeah, we know
economic
they're criminal now.
priorities,
What happens when
including
you try and talk out?
manufacturing, value addition, and
Yeah,
export
pretty
growth.
much.
We are contributing to the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to expand trade between African countries, to drive industrialization, and to create jobs. South African firms, our banks, our farmers, our manufacturers will be leading suppliers to an African market of 1.4 billion people whose working age population will double in the next 25 years. We are building mutually beneficial relations with all countries on terms of equality and respect. Now, in a world where powerful nations often assert their dominance and influence over less powerful nations, our country's commitment to sovereignty and self-determination is sacrosanct. It is not negotiable.
The whole speech has gone on about centralization and how the government's going to take the reins on everything.
On our
Said nothing about
sovereignty
private
and
participation.
promote our national interests,
And now
our
he's swung this way.
values, and the rights of our people. We are clear that we will continue to respect the rights and sovereignty of other nations. But we must be equally clear that we will not be bullied by any other country in the world.
We all know who he's talking about. It's the same America problem as always.
The same
With
old,
like-minded
same old.
countries to increase our shared resilience to
We will
global
not be
disruption.
bullied. We'll bully the
Building on our
taxpayers, but
presidency
we
of the
won't be
G20,
bullied.
which all attest to having been very successful, we continue to advance the priorities
What
of
is
the
this
Global South.
measurement of success? What is
these
the
include
KPI? That they took a
inclusive
couple of
growth,
photos
debt
smiling
relief,
and shaking
climate
hands, and all the
action,
European
reform,
leaders
but
said,
that's-
"Oh, it
global
was such
but
a
that's what
lovely
it was
time."
all.
and the
That's all they
beneficiation
did.
of critical minerals at source, as we said.
That's
Drawing
all
on
they
the
did.
work of the G20 Extraordinary Committee on Global Inequality, we are working with other international partners towards launching the International Panel on Inequality. This is an important pillar of the global
International,
effort
can we not
to
please
reduce
focus on fixing
inequality
South Africa
within and
first?
between nations. We continue to champion multilateralism and strengthen humanitarian diplomacy. South Africa remains clear and consistent,
Almost completely cutting ties with the
consistent
entirety
voice
of the
for
West.
international law, for justice, and for human rights. South Africa will continue to
Yep,
support
which is all the countries where we export
conflict
goods
prevention
and services to.
and peace
And where we actually get cash from.
of the United Nations,
Right.
the
And then
African
also they're the
Union,
people who will
and
say, oh, but
SADC.
we export so much to
We are
China,
proud
but then
of the
we'll export raw
participation
materials there. They'll process
South
it
African
and sell it back to
soldiers
us at
in
a higher price.
peacekeeping missions in many parts of our continent since the advent of democracy.
This
We
guy
have
has some
requested
balls
the
mentioning
United
peacekeeping
Nations
missions after the way we
to
got our ass
allow us to
handed to us up
withdraw
north.
our troops from the UN mission in the DRC,
Yeah, that's
which
true.
was serving,
Plus, also, I'd
where
kind
they
of
were
prefer
serving
if he
under
would help to
MINUSCO,
curb the violence
with a
here.
view of
I'm not as worried about other
consolidating
countries
our
if we
own
can't
defense
just
force
please
and
first focus on
strengthening
South
it.
Africa.
We cannot consider ourselves free as long as the people of Palestine, of Cuba, of Sudan, and Western Sahara, and elsewhere
Oh,
suffer
it's so
occupation,
predictable.
oppression,
It
and
is
war.
so predictable.
We've got the
fellow South
We maybe
Africans,
like
our
to
nation
throw in
has
Iran,
reached
maybe.
what many people are saying is a turning point. We are leaving behind an era of decline and turning towards an era of prosperity and growth.
Only
We have
if
done
people
much
stop
to
listening to
overcome
the
the
fool
effects
and
of
stand
state
up and
capture,
vote differently.
COVID-19, and the public unrest of 2021, and the devastating floods of the following year. We are turning towards hope, towards the
People are
reality of
sitting
a
on their
better future
phones.
for all. The
Says to you all,
progress
eh?
we have made over the last 5 years does give us hope and encouragement. It shows what we can achieve when we work together. Now is not the time to rest. Now is the time for all South Africans to be part of taking our country forward. Last year, we embarked on a new chapter in our democracy, launching a national dialogue at a convention that brought together South Africans from across the country, representing all sections of society. Now, this year, This
I think the
national
extra
dialogue
talk time is
process
supposed to help you
will
forget
spread
the lack of
across
service
South
delivery over the last
Africa,
4 years.
reaching every community, every school, every university,
Yeah, and we're
every
supposed to
college,
have a
and every
dialogue
part
with
of
a
our
government that
society.
has continuously
Under the
ignored
guidance
what actually
of the
needs to be
Eminent
fixed in the
Persons Group,
country for the past
consisting of
32 years. So
prominent,
not quite
respected
sure
South
dialogue would
Africans,
help.
and led by an inclusive steering committee, these public dialogues will give the citizens of our country the opportunity to raise their concerns, their aspirations and plans.
Yes, honey, let's go.
What
the
he,
future.
what,
These
what he
public
should
dialogues
what he should actually do is just keep
culminate
watching
in
the
a national
our YouTube
convention
channels.
where all
If he
these
wants to know what the
conversations
South African people
will
want,
be brought
just watch our
together
YouTube channels, Mr.
to
President.
outline the actions that we must take to build a better South Africa. These conversations will guide the formulation of an overarching national compact and the next phase
Funny that
of
they
the
need a
National
dialogue to
Development
figure
Plan
this
by
stuff
2030.
out, because didn't they have
building
like a
this national
manifesto of
consensus,
everything that they're going to do, and then
draw
everybody
not
voted
only
in
on the
elections
shared
for
values of
them
our
to do it?
Constitution,
Not quite sure
but
why you
on the
need a
unifying
dialogue to figure
power
all this
sport
out.
and the rich diversity of our culture. As we celebrate those who have reached heights of global achievement amongst us, we must appreciate how sport and cultural activities have helped to build a cohesive society, harnessing the spirit of the women of 1956, the youth of 1976, and the people of South Africa in 1996 when they drafted the Constitution. The year 2026 must be a year of transformative change. This must be the year that we make South Africa stronger, not weaker. We must fix what we must fix. Local government. We must fight crime and corruption and restore trust in the criminal justice system. We must create jobs and livelihoods for every South African. And we must build a state that works for all the people of South Africa. Above all, we must ensure that this rising tide lifts every South African. As the economy grows, it should bring into its fold those who have lived on the margins. This is the time for all South Africans to rise, and we must rise together. Thank you very much.
Oh my word, thank God that's over.
Anticlimactic to say the least.
All right, gents, let me just quickly say a few things before we get into our recap, and then we're going to end. So very quickly, first thing I want to say is, ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching this channel for the first time, please subscribe. Got more excellent content for you guys. We just watched the Sona. I'm joined by Matthew Cohen, Drew Birch, Kuhle Maseko, the Sama Sambit, and Andre Ferro, part of the Common Sense SA. So please go check these guys out. Google them, find them on social media, follow them. These are true voices that we have as far as our content creator group. And don't forget to go check out Warus, our drive to 1 million Rand to help the Warus stock family. Please go check that out. Scan the QR code or check out the link in the description. And don't forget to also check out truthreport.co.za, where you can also let us know what you think. You know, we got questions on there, our prediction polls. Please go check them out. Let us know what you think, and we might feature your answers or results on a future stream. So please go to truthreport.co.za and let your voices heard. Then, very last thing I want to mention is all the super chats that came in. Honey 21.
Joe?
Is it just me or did
Seems
Joe
like
just
we
get
lost
tapped out?
him.
I think it's on his side.
Seems like Joe's
Yeah,
lost.
definitely.
Well, thanks for the super chats, guys. We appreciate you.
They got him, guys. They got him. They got him. Cat McCulloch tracked him down after insulting Persona. May his soul rest in peace. He will be remembered.
Did anything real actually get covered in this talk tonight?
Just something frightening, which is the centralization that we were referring to earlier. That's very worrying in my book.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're still not touching
to
on.
answer that question, I mean,
Whoa.
Shoot, Summer.
Sorry,
you were saying something.
guys. Yeah, lost a bit of connection there. All right, so coming back to the super chat. Thank you guys so much for the super chat, the 70 Rand super chat. There was a 14 Rand super chat from Anton, ABC, also giving a 70 Rand super chat. Dion giving 100 Rand super chat. Thank you so much. 14 Rand from Anton again, and another 14 Rand from Anton again. So thank you guys so much for the super chats. We have as well Davi Root joining us very quickly for his comments. Let's let Davi go first, and then we can go down the line. Just very quickly, your overall opinion. We're not going to go into any debates or anything like that. Just you guys' overall reaction within 2-3 weeks, and then we'll go on to the next one. Davi, we'll start with you.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Just tell me how much time do you have?
Just a few minutes, like 2 to 3.
I mean, I really ran around a bit now. So, do you have a minute? What's going on with the? Okay, yeah. Let me go. Let me tell about my first thing. In the South African economy, that refers to the equity markets, the financial markets, refers to the grey list, refers to the CPI, refers to that, all sort of things. That's true. All those things are true, and there are certainly signs of improvement. There are also signs of improvement in the railways and at Eskom, those kind of things. Those are certainly signs of improvements and those kind of things. The president put huge emphasis on getting this economy to grow again, and he's putting huge emphasis on fighting crime. That's certainly positive, and it can be done. That is certainly achievable for even a very weak government like what he's leading. That certainly is achievable. Then, of course, he even mentioned the local authorities, that he will criminalize certain acts by the local authorities. Then coming back to things that as an economist are very important to me. The president admitted that we've been getting poorer for 15 years. He admitted that the local authorities, state-owned enterprises, and all of those are a mess. But my main question about these sort of things is why do we always have to wait until they've destroyed everything before we have to and everything else, and the crime and the incompetence and the corruption in the police, why that happens before something happens about that. So I must say a little bit more optimistic. I think some of these things can be done. It's much more achievable than, although he did mention bullet train again, but it is much more achievable than the bullet trains and so on. But I think I'm a little bit more optimistic than, much more could be done, of course, but a little bit more optimistic. But my last comment is, will I be holding also the government, and will they be the guys that fix the mess that they caused? I'm not so sure about that. So they're my comments.
Thank you so much, Davi. Let's go to Matthew quickly.
Did they say something?
Sorry, no. I was on mute for a second. Matthew, let's go to you. What are your thoughts?
Sure. So Davi raised some very important points there, but I have to say I'm the opposite. I'm a complete pessimist, even though I'm a natural optimist. And the reason I say that is because no matter what the president says, and no matter what sort of sentiments he expresses, we know that nothing is going to ever get done, particularly under this government. And so for that reason, I have no hope that any improvements will happen whatsoever. And if there are improvements, They will happen incrementally, such as what's happened with the growth in GDP and the reduction in inflation. However, it's nowhere near where it needs to be when talking about those metrics. The biggest takeaway that I do want to bring up, however, is the centralization that he spoke about when it comes back to combating this entire water fiasco. Centralized government has failed at every turn. We've seen how centralization is ruining healthcare, it's ruining education, it's ruining energy. We know that Eskom has been fixed somewhat, but we'll have to see whether or not that is sustainable. And of course, now you've got the water problem. Centralization is not the answer. Decentralization is the answer. We know that at least there are pockets of the country where things work, and the private sector has always worked very well in our favor. And so I'm very worried about that, and I really do hope that this kind of centralization doesn't actually come to pass.
Fair points. Let's go on to Drew. Let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat as Matthew when I'm scared of government centralization. I think they can't deliver and they're asking for more responsibility. I think that's the wrong way to go. I think we do need privatization. We do need individuals that can step up and locals that can step up in their local areas. I'm afraid of a digital ID system with the kind of government that we have. If we can't trust our government, then how are we going to give them more control over our lives? It means they can just turn off our internet when they don't like what we say. And unfortunately, we're dealing with the kind of leaders that will do that. I like what he's saying about an attention to education. I think that's very important. I do, however, also think that it's just verbiage. I think that we can say what we want, but historically we have seen that they don't really try and better education. I think they do that on purpose because an uneducated population is going to keep on voting along the same party lines. And I think that's where we need to see a change. I think trying to fix the politics, which is downstream of morals and values, is our first mistake. We need a population that values integrity again, that values their word and their name, and that believes that they can actually have impact and change the country for more people than just themselves. And I think that's really where we need to start.
Excellent points. All right, Andre, your thoughts.
So for me, and it was mentioned, centralization is a scary thing because we can see whatever they have touched, they have destroyed. But I'll keep it like as plain and simple as I can. Actions speak louder than words. I think South Africa is at a place where we're tired of this dialogues, especially when the president spent almost 2.5 hours talking. I think it's important that South Africans have to understand that we need to start seeing things come in place. We cannot just keep talking. Action. We need action on these things. He mentioned crime, but it's not like, so how are we going to fix it? Because South Africans are living in fear. And so centralization is a very scary thing, as well as looking at the digital ID. I agree that because one day it's going to go from digital over to digital voting. And it was mentioned early on in the discussion, and that is scary things, especially looking at how they can manipulate the voting system. So there's a lot of things that I think the president needs to go sit down and actually, really what is important for South Africans, because I don't think he's listening and I don't think he understands what South Africans are going through. And so, like I said, I'm going to keep it plain and simple. Actions speak louder than words, and that's what they need to do.
Excellent. Kuchle, your thoughts?
Thanks, Joe. So I think I'm rather optimistic about the president's speech in some parts or in some regards. I think one of the key takeaways is the 1.3 trillion that is going to be set aside to maintenance of infrastructure. As you know, our country is currently suffering when it comes to the decay of infrastructure. And I mean, last year, he set aside 100 billion for building infrastructure for the next 5 years. Now it's 1.3 trillion for maintenance and the upgrading of infrastructure. My only hope is that will come to fruition. Another takeaway for me has to be the lenacapavir, which is the HIV vaccine that he spoke about, saying that will be rolled out. I do think that is highly important. We've seen HIV numbers growing sporadically, especially in South Africa, and due to the lifestyle that many of our South Africans live, I do think that's going to be an important, or it's rather a step in the right direction. Another thing for me is, look, he speaks about a high-speed train. Ramaphosa promised us a high-speed train back in 2019 and 2018. It is 7 years later. I've gone a bit older. I've got 2 gray hairs. And there's still no high-speed train. We've been speaking about the Gautrain expansion. That is still not happening. The bottom line is, I'm not really interested in all these promises because they're rather aloof. I'm more focused on the practical stuff. Like he said, the rolling out of vaccines, the more realistic stuff, because I'm not optimistic to that point where I see Ramaphosa indeed building a high-speed train to Messina. And by the way, why the hell do we need a high-speed train to Messina? But be that as it may, that is fine. Another thing is, Ramaphosa promised us in the year 2018 that he was going to build a science and technology university in Ekurhuleni. Till this day, they've not identified the site for where they are going to build that university. Ramaphosa just did a touch and go on higher education, and on education tonight, he spoke about, expanding ECDs and all sorts. But the bottom line is he is not sticking to his own promises. He's way behind. If we had to put a chart of Ramaphosa's promises to the country, I can promise you he has probably not even done more than 10. Another big thing is he spoke about foreign nationals, stating that no South Africans should be blocking foreign nationals from accessing public health care. Now, I don't know whether Ramaphosa lives in his own universe or he somewhat is not in touch. The majority of South Africans don't have the appetite to entertain illegal foreign nationals. That's the reality. And I don't blame South Africans. Because why? I mean, even if you had to say it's constitutional that you have to provide the service, the bottom line is, are you saying it's constitutional to provide a service to someone that's illegally in South Africa? So whatever the ANC and Ramaphosa are going through, especially through the State of the Nation, one of the major things that I think we need to take cognizance of is the ANC is going to lose many votes. A lot of stuff that Ramaphosa said tonight was crap. Yes, there were some points where I can say, okay, just maybe, which does make me a bit optimistic to say, listen, it's much better to walk than to be standing still. I know we'd like to run, but at least even if we can crawl, that would be much better. Thanks, Joe.
Excellent. And finally, lastly, before we go off air, the Summer Sambit.
I think it was absolute crap. Biggest piece of dog shit I've seen in quite some time. And I'll tell you why. As a South African watching the speech, you must be quite a dumbass, being very positive-minded after the speech. You've watched this man say the same thing for the past 7 years. You've seen the country fall, not only in an avalanche effect, it's been falling exponentially in terms of stats, in terms of money, in terms of safety, in every other situation possible. You know you're fucked as a nation when they start talking about gun laws and centralization within a nation. You know you're screwed as a nation when the potholes are as deep as the public swimming pools and even cleaner than the public swimming pools, one would argue. And then you watch the president talk about how he's invested R1 trillion into public infrastructure, knowing he spent 100 million rand the previous year on infrastructure and nothing happened. In fact, something did happen, but rather in the negative sense. And then a year before, even worse happened, and then they spent about 1 million rand. So what you're noticing here is that as the years go by, more money is being spent. Whether the money is being spent for good or not, I'll let the people watching decide. But I'm not going to sit here and start talking like there's a little hope for South Africa. After you, me, and every other South African literally watched the riffraff we call a State of the Nation address. I literally predicted all of this happening. He was going to mention Eskom. He was going to mention water. He was going to mention how he wanted the high-speed train, even though he promised it like 7 years ago when I was in the 7th grade. He's going to talk and brag about how our GDP increased a little bit, how it increased from 1% to 1.5%. And then when someone like me comes out and say that's absolute crap because there's more people unemployed now than ever, someone's going to say, well, Summer, I think you're wrong. I don't agree with you. Yes, there's more people unemployed. Yes, there's more South Africans hungry. Yes, more men are unemployed. Yes, they continue to rape our women and children, sell drugs to our children. But I think Ramaphosa's moving the right direction when he mentioned the GDP going a little up. I think Ramaphosa's moving in the right direction when he called out the fact that HIV was spreading. HIV is spreading as fast as the foot and mouth disease because of one reason. The same government that promises to handle it is the main reason why it is spreading. They had an entire year to solve this, and they have done absolutely but all about it. And you're going to sit there and believe the fact that he told you by spitting saliva on the camera that he's actually going to fix it. You saw 2025. You saw our embarrassment at the Oval Office. And you're telling me you sat down in 2026, the 8th year Ramaphosa is going to address the nation, and you genuinely believe a word he says. I think as South Africans, we are failing dismally. If we can sit down on the 8th year of this man's Darth Vader-like reign and actually believe a word he says, because none of it has actually happened from the very moment he started. Before you make a high-speed train, I don't know, maybe fix the regular railways that they've been stealing throughout COVID-19. You know you're screwed when he talks about COVID-19 in a 2026 State of the Nation address. We can't even have an answer for the vaccines that were supposed to have been transported to this country during that time, matter of fact. In fact, the vaccines that actually did arrive were expired by the time they arrived. So I think this address was very disappointing. This left me with a lot more questions than answers. I'm sure you noticed me looking at the clock the more he was talking, because it's exactly what I predicted. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, everybody.
Well done, Sama. All right, gents, thank you so much for joining me on this stream. Thank you so much for giving your insights. Thank you so much for giving your opinions. And thank you so much for also being the voices of truth and joining me once again on this stream. It was longer than expected, longer than a whole lot of BS, in my opinion. But anyway, for those of you who don't, for those of you who gave super chats, thank you guys so much. For the chats, you guys were on fire today, giving us all your comments and questions and all that stuff. Sorry we couldn't get to everyone, but we did see you, and thank you guys so much for watching with us as well. This is it. This is the end. This is all we have time for. And I want to give a shout out to JP, our camera guy that was on the ground earlier today, catching Gayton McKenzie and some other ministers, and we got to ask questions. It was really awesome. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Yeah, if you're new to Truth Report, please subscribe. Don't forget to check out our website, truthreport.co.za, where you can find a lot of these content creators in one place and get updated with all the upcoming streams and content that we've got here. Don't forget to leave a like, share this video far and wide, and subscribe to Truth Report and hit that bell notification so that you're notified when we do another live stream. These live streams are sporadic, or we live stream when there's something important like SONA. We're going to live stream the budget speech, but we also do a live stream every Tuesday at 12 p.m. and you can catch one of these lovely voices on there too. So please check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joe Emilio. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Good night.
Cheers, everybody.